Namaste. How are you guys doing? Sending big love, big blessings. I see there are a few of you sitting in the room. Hope you guys weren't waiting too long. Oh, it's 4 minutes past. It's our usual sort of fashionably late trend set by the Bush Whisperer. I always seem to have so many little things to deal with. It's the bunnies, it's my boy, it's the dogs. And there's always a detail that I have to deal with, an unforeseen one that always comes up. Life as a dad and a keeper of animals. So I've got Cosmic here with me now. We're going to have some more people rocking up in due time. But we're going to be kicking the ball off. And it's a really exciting conversation. Can we actually trust the Bible? I mean, since it is the Word of God, right? We need to question this validity of the Word of God and just exactly what is this Word and where does it come from and how was it created and what can we learn about it? Namaste, Vincent. I hope you are good. I hope you are happy. And I hope you're thriving. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce Dear Cosmic. For those of you that don't know Cosmic, Cosmic is a modern day, let's just think of him as a medium to cut it short. He's basically been working with the Fae for a few years, and he channels the Fae, and he's been channeling a system, a language system, and a system of occult philosophy, therapeutics, cosmology, even an element of cosmogony in there. Namaste, our tuition. I hope you are good. Hope you're smiling. Hope you're thriving. So yeah, for those of you that don't know Cosmic, he's a modern day John Dee. He doesn't use a crystal ball. I don't have a crystal ball with me here either, to be fair. I do have a couple of choice little stones I like to hold. I think I'm going to put one in my hand. You inspired me, Cosmic. Unfortunately, Cosmic hasn't been putting up his content into a channel as of yet, but I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will be getting on with it.
I think I'm planning with the content thing is I think I want to I think I want to do like a Substack thing and write like essays because I have all these like ideas and like really complex philosophical like concepts. So I figure if I just kind of have like a space where you can kind of just like, you know, look through specific stuff. So I think that would be like really like helpful. But yeah, so this is going to be an interesting topic today. We're talking about the Bible, and this is kind of relevant to the conversation, but I was thinking about something that was interesting last night in regards to like astrology or any belief system. So I was thinking to myself, you know, throughout history, you know, whether I guess what I'm saying is it's an argument that proves astrology like has an effect on the world, even if astrology isn't real. Because I've been thinking about this. This is kind of a mind-blowing thought and has a lot of interesting implications. Because like let's say for example, like astrology isn't real. Well, think about it this way. There's all these people in the world believe in astrology, from the high places to low places. So because everybody is going throughout their lives acting in accordance with the astrological charts, what's in the stars, what's in the planets, because society moves based on astrology, it's as if the astrological correspondences happen anyway. So it's almost like people make it real by believing it and creating the causality within their own life. So for example, think about like Mercury retrograde. Like it's like, oh man, and you got a job delivering like tacos, or it's like, oh man, I better not deliver tacos today. It must be Mercury retrograde. And then you ask for tacos and you're like, oh wait, I didn't get my tacos today. You know what? Mercury retrograde. And so it kind of like reenacts itself. And I'm not saying that like astrology isn't real, but I'm thinking like this is an interesting way to look at it because I think it also applies with today's topic. Because, you know, when people believe that the Bible is true, right, and it's literally true, it's almost like, and there's people who believe it's true not just on the believer side, like the Christians, but then you also have the people who believe in the Bible who are Satanists. And it's somewhat like even if the Bible isn't real, it's almost like they make it real by acting it out in real life. So that's kind of what I've been thinking about these past couple days, and I feel like it would probably be relevant to this discussion in some way. But yeah, I'm ready to kick this off.
I think there's a lot of there's a lot of what you're saying in this. You know, does the prophecy become enacted once it's been cast as a spell? Is everybody so mindful of the prophecy that they sort of keep it in the back of their minds and ensure that it's cued like the next track on a playlist for reality, if we can consider reality as a massive hey Rob, we're going to get into that whole story, just exactly who is this Shemite tetragrammaton exactly under the covers, and what were the different ideas related to this. So I suppose a good place to start is, well, at the beginning. Well, we're not quite starting at the beginning. Let's start at the beginning of what became organized religion, because it's really what we're going to be talking about in a big way. What the so-called Emmanuel doctrine has been turned into under the name of Christianity. And for the purposes of this conversation, I will use the word Christian, even though I'm always correcting my son, saying, oh, careful, who was Christ? What's this Christian story? That's a name that was invented much later by people that decided to, canonize this religion. So the story takes us back to the Counsel of Nicaea. Of course, it's where this big story began. And Rome was quite fragmented at the time. The Emperor Constantine, he was under a lot of pressure. His empire was crumbling from the east. There was challenges, big challenges brewing, as we're going to take a look at just now. There were civil wars, lots of little civil war skirmishes starting all over. The Christians, those that were followers of Emmanuel, were being persecuted left, right, and center, first by the Jews and later by the Romans up to this period. They had been persecuted because, well, basically Christianity constituted, I think, around about 1/8. 1/8 of everybody in Rome was following doctrines of Emmanuel, which is a considerable substack of your population when you start to consider it, the greater Rome, which the borders went all the way up to, as we know, Western Europe, right down to the edge of where Turkey, right? So it was a pretty big, in fact, I think Turkey could have been part of it, a big part of Turkey. So it was a pretty big chunk of land. And obviously Israel was, part of it, and the Middle East and North Africa was a part of it as well. And Constantine was losing his grip. It was falling to pieces. So he was in a state of desperation. He needed something to bind the people together. And there was a real threat of potential civil war sparking out between 15% of the population that were Christians, that were tired of being persecuted, and Jewish members. Because the Christians, or the early Christians, and it's really important to understand this, we like to think of it as there was this group of Christians. No, there was not this group of Christians. There was this anarchic field of lots of little subgroups, all with their own documents and their own ideas, each one having different parts of Emmanuel's story, and many of them identifying with Emmanuel in many different ways. Gnosticism was a huge part of this. Most of the early Christians were Gnostic, essentially. In fact, you look at Christianity, we did this before, we did a breakdown of the Gnosticism. And Cosmic Prankster is Cosmic Prankster in chat. I think he usually is. And so this idea of Christianity being a single religion was not really the case. In the same way that you could say that you go to India and you could say, well, there's a Hindu religion there. Well, is there really? Some people are worshipping Shiva, some people are worshipping Vishnu, some people are worshipping Ganesh. They have different ways of practicing their traditions, and they all sort of coexist, doing their own thing, because they're all Hindu, they all relate to the same set of deities, but they are all very unique and very separate and very different. Different rules, different diets, different different ways of practicing their spirituality, different traditions, different rituals, right down to different living conditions. So this is like what Rome was like in those old times. And Constantine in 325 ordered the Counsel of Nicaea. Now, he did this in a way to try and seem like he was this peacemaker. There were all these bishops from all around and all unique with their own little flocks, and they were all reporting problems. And he brought them in to have what I'm going to call a moaning campaign, where he asked them all, what is the problem? Well, what problems are you facing? Well, what issues are there that you need to work on? And he got them all to start moaning and complaining. But this was a very carefully orchestrated political maneuver, because prior to this, he had a dream, or so he said publicly, that he would conquer under the sign of the cross. And I think it was a political maneuvering like we see in modern day, no different, where he got everybody into a large council. And this council lasted a number of months, I think 4 or 5 months, 6 months. I can't remember how long, but it went on month by month. I think they had a meeting every month, big meeting. And in this meeting, he basically orchestrated. He had already collected information. He knew who the people were that were in alignment with his ideologies. And those people got premier seats at the front. And the people that were not in alignment with these ideologies were seated at the back. And I think one of the reasons that called for this emergency meeting was there was a potential powerful argument brewing in the Eastern Province. And this powerful argument was brewing between a priest called Arian and what was the other guy's name? Athanasius? Is that? Check me if I'm right, Cosmic. I think it's Athanasius.
I wouldn't know.
Anyway, these were the two. And these two ideologies were split. Arius had the belief that Christos was not as divine as God, that he was a messenger, that he was just here to bring a divine message, but he was still not totally divinity. He was just a prophet and a divinely inspired high consciousness being. And the other faction was pushing the ideology that no, Jesus was equal to the Father. And this was brewing a big problem. This was turning into the potential huge civil war, the biggest one in his land, that was possibly going to fracture off with the Eastern Province being lost.
I thought about this today.
I think this inspired the original meeting. And so this meeting got together, and they had this long discussion. And then all mayhem broke through. All mayhem got into the wax, you could say, because he started to really act like he was there to bring everybody together. But he couldn't bring them all together because they had such diversely different ideologies. So he got his favorites and made sure their voices were heard louder. And the ones that weren't playing ball were excluded. This is why the meetings were done over 6 months, because there was a slow persecution of those that were not in alignment with his ideology, which was to go against the concept of Arius. And Arius, by the way, was banished. Arius's books were burnt. Arius's ideologies that preached that, and Arius wasn't just some random little priest. He had a huge following. In fact, this was a very decisive part of the argument within the Christian fold. And then there was another argument brewing between those modern day Christians who were accusing the Jews' deity of being the Antichrist, of being not God, of being who we know as Yaldabaoth. And so the Jews were fighting with many of the Christians. And within the Christians, they were fighting. And he used this to pacify his nation. And understanding as well that between the Jews and the Christians, we must have been at least about, a quarter to a third of the population. Yeah, Cosmic Brother.
Oh, I didn't realize my mic was on.
You got anything to throw at the table, brother?
You know, what I do want to throw in regards to the Bible is I've been playing with this idea that there's sort of two Yahwehs, essentially, right? There's the Old Testament God and there's the New Testament God. And I think one of the reasons that the Bible is so confusing is that, you know, if you really look at the Old Testament God and you look at some of the stuff that he was talking about, you recognize that, you know, in the context that Yahweh does have its roots in Canaanite mythology and other, you know, pre-Semitic religions and so forth. And he was essentially a war god, essentially a sort of this Jupiterian kind of war god. And then when Christianity came along, that God was now recontextualized as this sort of this, you know, loving, benevolent, you know, sort of God. And I think that's why the Bible always seemed confusing, because it's in a lot of ways, it's contextualizing God in two completely different ways. You have the sort of the old, you know, wrathful war god, and then you have the kind of the forgiving, you know, benevolent Christ. And there's like a weird kind of dichotomy between these two forces, which I think in some senses also get personified as the God and the devil. But I kind of like, when it comes to like the Bible, I think my interests are kind of more not so much on the historical you know, accounts in this historical history. Of course, there's something interesting. I'm more interested in kind of like the meta kind of analysis of the actual story of the Bible itself, because I think it actually says a lot of other, you know, has a lot of psychological insights that, you know, a lot of people don't really necessarily talk about. And I have kind of my own, you know, insights in regards to that. But yeah, I've been playing with this idea that like maybe that, which is probably the Christians are going to, you know, literally crucify me. This, no pun intended. The idea that Satan is God's shadow, because I've been thinking about this a lot, because you have this, I think one of the reasons that I ultimately disagree with the Judeo-Christian God, it's not so much that I don't believe in a God or that gods can't exist. What I can't believe in is a God that is perfect and flawless, especially a personal God. Like maybe you could get the argument of a perfect God if they're this kind of, you know, impersonal Hindu, you know, Atman, or this kind of hermetic oneness, right? But clearly the God in the Bible is a personal being with a personality, an ego, so on and so forth. And I never really thought of it as perfect. You know, obviously he's flawed. And to me, Satan represents the aspects of God that God wishes to deny within himself, because like God wants to think of him as loving and peaceful, but secretly he has an angry, wrathful, and jealous nature, which he then projects onto Satan because he can't hold himself accountable for himself, because he thinks of himself as totally perfect and flawless. And I think anything, that's the problem with like why people, you know, don't believe in God. It's not that the actual idea of a God is difficult to believe, even for a skeptical person. Like, I think what makes it difficult to believe is that it's perfectly flawless, because obviously this world, you know, it's deeply troubled, and it's kind of hard to believe that it's made by a being that's totally flawless, has everything out, figured out, is just totally perfect anyway. I just kind of think of gods as powerful and, you know, well-intentioned, or maybe, you know, otherwise. So I think if anything, there's a lot it's almost like there's stuff about the Bible that you look at that's kind of revealing from like a symbolic perspective that may not necessarily be flattering to its believers, but we can go into more depth in that later.
Well, that's a big part of it. I love the way you throw that in there, throw that into play, that there was, you know, the first God, and then later on there was the New Testament, the Father, which you cannot compare to the Tetragrammaton, can you? The first one was like, you dare say my name and you get stoned. And it's not the good kind of stoned, right? It's not like, dude, I'm going to rack you one up because you said my name. Chill, man. Have a milkshake there. Have a fatty. It's on me. It's proper chronic. It is. No, not that kind of, you know, get stoned. It's you're going to get stoned if you say his name. It's sort of a little bit like that Harry Potter idea, right? You couldn't say Voldemort's name or else. That was the fear that was commanded by the original creator. And so this brings us to an interesting point. Yeah, this Counsel of Nicaea was basically a political hoax where he used all of these bishops, manipulated them, the ones that were prepared to go along with his idea and condemn Arian, got like good standing, they got funding, they got help from the state, their churches got built for them, they got all sorts of perks. They got invited to the palace to wine and dine. They got good living conditions. The ones that were not in alignment with his ideologies, they were sort of cast out and their lives were made difficult. They were suddenly being audited because taxes was a big thing. They were suddenly being audited for every penny they spent, and they were being looked at under heavy eyebrows. Their lives became very challenging. They were stuck in layers of bureaucracy, which was basically preventing them from actually doing their work. So these bishops very fast learned that they need to stand with Constantine. And so he orchestrated this movement. And it wasn't long until the Catholics were created. And here's where it gets really, really interesting, right? There were a lot of texts that were banned in the creation of this canonical Bible. And these texts were banned by, we are supposed to believe that it was everybody together agreeing which texts were banned. No, it's more like everybody together was agreeing on which texts were important and the rest were banned. It's really important to get that distinction. It wasn't like everybody was, we want that text banned and we want that text banned. There were texts that everybody had, and there were some texts that most people sort of agreed with. We were like, okay, well, we're going to stick with that because everybody in the room doesn't have a problem with that text. And they created this canonical Bible. And it's really fascinating when you start to look at it. And certain of the translations need to be questioned as well. But then we have the legitimacy of these texts to question. And, what's that guy's name? I wrote down this guy's name here somewhere. What was his name? Didn't I write it down in this notebook? Excuse me, I thought I had written down his name. Anyway, there was this, I'll try and dig up his name in a moment. There was a number of texts that were banned, and there was one particular guy who had also been exiled, and this became like a very serious problem because many of the texts that we see were really compiled 150 to 200 AD, but there were actual standing texts that were from 100 and pre-100 that were actually in circulation. And Marcion, that's his name. Ding, I remembered it. I thought I'd written it down. I must have, probably somewhere. So Marcion was, he had a text, an entire Bible, which basically was highly popular at the time. And the Marcion texts basically are very different to a lot of the other texts that you will hear. And I've actually got an expert that I recorded on my phone, voice notes, which I'll play to you guys later, where we've got one of the premier experts who has been working on translating a lot of these texts and putting them together, because the Marcion Bible was burnt and outlawed, right? Now, Marcion ideology was very different to the ideas. It was more in alignment with the Cathars. A lot of Marcion's ideas were more in alignment with the Cathars. And Marcion had translated a whole lot of texts that were very much what became the body of the Bible. However, when you look at it, there were other texts that were added to the Marcion texts because Marcion was so popular. He had a huge following, and the Marcionism was a bit of a thorn in the side because it was totally gnosis. And the ideologies behind Marcion was that basically the demiurge is the tetragrammaton. And the demiurge and all his cronies, these were the bad guys. And that the story that we basically told when we told the story of Gnosticism. We didn't go and talk about it. We actually took a Nag Hammadi text and broke it down and then had a huge conversation about it here in one of our previous shows, probably like 6 months ago. So you can go and take a look through the Round Table history. If you go into the Round Table, you'll find it in the podcasts. So anyway, without getting too stuck in that story, the basic idea was that Yaldabaoth had created the world because Yaldabaoth believed that Yaldabaoth was the only God. And Yaldabaoth was very jealous. And this is the ideology that we're observing, that you're talking about, cosmic, in that Old Testament. This was a jealous God that was aware that there was something beyond him, but he was in denial. And there's the whole story about how Yaldabaoth had been spawned because his mother, who was Sophia, had basically wanted to create on her own, and she had made a balls up of the creation, and she was a bit ashamed and embarrassed of the mess up she had made. So she stuck him into a like pocket universe, and that pocket universe was basically a big void. And the moment Yaldabaoth got there, he named himself, he named the place, he split himself off into various different beings, created a myriad of spiritual beings, and started to create. And the Elohim came forth from his body, and from them came all the creations that we know. And then there's a story about how Yaldabaoth tried to create humans but couldn't do it. So his mother, Sophia, came and helped by putting the blueprint from the spiritual plane of the true man, the spiritual man, which is the true angelic being, its life force, into Yaldabaoth's clay creations in order for it to become a living, thinking, intelligent being. And this was why all of the archons, many of whom we are calling angels, were jealous of humanity, because humanity came from the place beyond this realm of creation of Yaldabaoth. And Yaldabaoth, thus being this creator demiurge, is what we see worshipped in the ancient times. And this is why it was important to sacrifice a bull and sacrifice your eldest offspring, right? Physically sacrificing. This is why Abraham was ready to do the deed. Luckily, there was some awakening within him to realize some true spirit from beyond got to him and said, this isn't right, dude. You don't do that to your kids. I'm sorry. That's not God. So we see this pattern, and we can see so much evidence of this in the Old Testament. And so this is what was happening. The Cathar, who became the Cathars, was following Marcion philosophy. And the Marcion texts, along with many of the Marcion religious texts, were all burnt and banned. We can only find bits and pieces of them through other texts that were compiling and using the Marcion text to compare to other texts so that they could condemn Marcion. So this was a big problem. I think Marcion was condemned by about 375. So within like 40 years of the church being what it was, his writings were banned. He was in exile long before that. All of his information was burnt. And so this is another big part of an issue was Manichaeism. Now, Manichaeism was not as extreme, but Manichaeism, I think, is what has lived through in these occult teachings within the Christian tradition. This is a Christian mysticism, which we see a lot of in the Rosicrucian tradition and various other traditions. This is why those crazy guys who are like the militant wing of the Catholics, the Jesuits. The Jesuits carry a lot of this occult knowledge and occult information as well. They're a bunch of occultists, those Jesuits. So there's a lot of questions that we can ask here. What was this Marcion text? Why was it so dangerous that it had to be removed? It was a big challenge to the orthodoxy that was being established by the beginning process of negotiations that was started in the Council of Nicaea. And obviously, to follow through with all of this, Constantine had been baptized himself, and he had proclaimed himself, Christian, and his son as well. I forget his son's name. His son had inherited the eastern province from him at a later stage, and he had reversed. He had started to realize that Arianism was actually a more true form of Christianity. So there's another point of political wangling, where in certain parts in the eastern province, this whole process reversed itself. And somebody mentioned the Eastern Church Orthodoxy. I think this must have been why the Eastern Orthodoxy was so different, because Marcion ideologies had survived in Arian's concepts, because Arian had been affected by Marcion philosophy. So this is, Robert, was you, brother. So this is like really an interesting conversation to be looking at, like just exactly where these texts came from. And I don't know, like, what do you think, Cosmic? What are your thoughts of, like, you speak about these two different gods? Do you think the second one was just a fabricated fake one?
I think it's, the thing about, like, here's something I've been thinking about, like, in general, in terms of mythology, right? And gods, deities, etc. Because it's like, there is the book that the, the god or the deity is inspired on, but then there's the sort of the egregoric thought form that people believe in. So it's like think about hell, for example. Now, if you want to be biblically accurate, hell is not technically in the Bible. Like, it's basically some, trash fire in some random city, and it's like they actually believe in this concept called Gehenna, and it's not really like technically in there. But the point is, so many people believe in hell that it almost becomes real just from the sheer belief of so many people, creating into existence, so many people manifesting that nightmare world into their reality. So when we talk about, like, different gods, I think that in a lot of ways, when you look at, like, a religion, or a god, one thing I've kind of noticed with my studies of just sort of understanding, like, the metaphysical framework of the universe is that typically gods don't really have a single individual ego. They're kind of like a hive mind collective consciousness. So it can manifest itself in different ways, and there's different facets in which these gods can present themselves. So in a way, it's almost kind of like with, there's the wrathful Old Testament God, and then there's just sort of the benevolent New Testament God, but they're kind of two polarities of the same being, sort of like a darker end and a lighter end, that kind of ultimately form this larger, thing. So when we talk about it, it's kind of like, in a way, it's sort of both of these entities at once. And it's kind of this sort of this dual existence of kind of like straddling between different identities, and, like, dealing with yourself, or you're using Satan as the scapegoat to kind of project the aspect of yourselves that which you wish to deny. Because if you think about, that's another kind of trend in culture, the scapegoat, where it's like you take your own personal failings and faults, and then you project that onto a goat to then proverbially, sacrifice it or whatever. And also just something kind of amusing I was just thinking about now. If you think about the history of Christianity to now, it's like the same trajectory as a rock and roll band. Like, as you think about it, you got the Gnostic era. That's like when the band is first starting out, and they're like punk rock, and they don't want to be super mainstream. And then when, like, the Roman mythology comes, that's when they get, like, the big record deal. And then they get the first heavy album in the Middle Ages. And then when in the Renaissance time and the Deist time, they try to go for a more progressive sound and, like, make it more sophisticated. Then when, like, the materialism comes in the 1800s, they go on a drug bender and they don't make any albums anymore. And now they're kind of coming back, and they're old and not a lot of people anymore. And it's only like the old fans from back in the day that show up at their shows anymore, but they're like 70, but they're still doing the same stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of came to my mind just now.
I love it. Reckoning up this religion like it's a rock and roll band. It's a good way of looking at it. Namaste, dear systematic zoo. I hope you're well, brother. I hope you're good. I hope you're thriving and, getting it on. Yeah, I think you're definitely right there about this whole notion of you know, things being sort of revamped, and I think that's part of the whole tradition of it's it's a big psyops, really, if you think about it, right? It's marketing. Like, to rebrand is marketing, because you're feeling like you need to sell your product to someone else. And very often you'll find these metal bands rebrand because, well, not because it's coming from a genuine transformation. Very often it's got to do with pressures from recording contracts, right? We've heard a lot of the old timers complaining about how they were forced to sort of compromise, and the more the compromises started, and they got to the point where they'd been compromising for so long that they'd lost their integrity, and they were like just fed up, with what they'd become. I think even if you listen to, like, what's the guy's name, the lead singer from System of a Down, some of the things he said even about System of a Down,
I believe, is that Armenian?
yeah, and he's spoken about this, and a lot of other people, like, have heard over the decades, have come out and said, like, the industry is just basically shitty. It forces us to throw our art to the side. But so I think, like, there's a lot in what you're saying that's really important and valid. And I think that there's been a lot of deceit, a lot of lies, because one of the things that was done after the Council of Nicaea was basically this idea of turning the church into a profitable business. And Rome was profiting from the church. And so they empowered the church with state power, and the laws started to change. Before that council in 325, religious disagreements and arguments were just religious philosophical discussions. And they really didn't go any further than that. But after this time, when there started to become the standardized notion of what was accepted, then religious ideologies got to the point where people got criminalized for having the wrong belief system. And, they would be tortured, they would be hurt, they would have their possessions taken, they would be kicked out of the lands, they would be banished, their children would suffer. There were legacies of issues that could follow you if you went against the church that had been formed, because that church had been given the power from the state to operate as a mini state within a state. And I think it was a clever way for an empire to realize that their empirical power of military might had come to an end. So they needed a more clever psyops way to maintain their empire. And so a lot of the prominent people in the church, in the early church, happened to be prominent people from politics. This is where it gets really interesting. We've got General Shinobi. Namaste, dear brother. How are you doing? Sending you big love. It's an honor to have you. For those of you that don't know, General Shinobi has been cranking out some content. Please tell us all about yourself. It's an honor, man. Wonderful, brother. Big love.
Hey guys, lovely to see you both. Cosmic, Franklin. Just walking to my mum's house. She's been looking after the boys today, so I'm probably gonna hop on and off a couple of times tonight, but I thought I'd just jump on for like 10 minutes or so. But yeah, doing good. Enjoying the sunshine today. The last blast of our summer here in the UK. So yeah, man.
Lovely, man.
Stay in the UK, I better say, actually, because it does relate to this, is that there's lots of marches. There's a big march, a Tommy Robinson march in London today, where people are flying the St. George flag, which has been like marked as a right-wing symbol now, which is quite funny. it's also funny that people flying it, because St. George was actually he was from Turkey. I think he might have been a Palestinian as well, and it's just quite funny. There's a lot going on the world stage. People seem to be programmed to do things like all these people going to London and marching, flying this flag. They're sort of angry with the wrong people. So yeah, there's that going on in the UK today.
Lovely, brother. That actually gets me thinking. I've just muted you for the time being, Shinobi, until you talk, just so you know, because of the footsteps and everything. It might affect the audio. This is an interesting point. You talk about ancestry. This is something I forgot to mention. In the early Christianity phase, I'm talking about before the Council of Nicaea, there was a huge discussion and question mark between all the bishops, where there were different opinions about the ancestry of Emmanuel, or who we call Jesus. Many of them believed that he came from Iranian royalty. I don't know. Have either of you guys come across this story? And it's quite discussed at length in many of the old documents about this ancestry of Emmanuel. Many people trying to refute it. Many people trying. Obviously, later on, the church just grilled anybody who dared to say it, because they had won the battle. And you know how propaganda works, right? If there's a battle and you win the battle, you own the propaganda. And whoever was disagreeing with you, they get grilled, because you are the one on the stage. You get to, run them down. The same was Marcion was run down and belittled. The Cathars didn't stand a chance. The Cathars were a big proponent of believing that this so-called tetragrammaton was in fact the very same being that we call the Antichrist. This was, and it actually states that evil was created by the tetragrammaton, in the Torah. What are you guys' thoughts with regards to this, like evil actually being created by the God of the Old Testament?
Yeah, I personally think that humans aren't inherently evil. I think that's a big thing at the moment, with people thinking that human nature is war and empire. I really disagree with that. Our human nature is nature itself, where like the climate is just our collective psyche. Like, we are nature. And what's happened over the years via religion is people have been detached from God, detached from nature. You see it with Pan being cast out of people's minds, or cast out of heaven, and to make way for the sort of new God, which is this kind of anyone who flies the banner of the eagle, which is the ego, which is the mind, which is kind of this Ahrimanic material energy. So the Roman Empire, the Nazis, USA, Mossad, etc. I think that the snakes being driven out of Ireland, sort of the demonization of pagans, I think has a huge part to play in this, because it's quite clever, really, that people have been detached from God in such a way that people believe in one God, the Father in heaven, further away, and they believe that it's one true God, but really they've been deceived. And I think they've been deceived by this Ahrimanic materialistic sort of force. But yeah, humans aren't inherently evil. We're a part of nature, and it's very clever how this entity or this energy has managed to detach us from the earth and from ourselves. And this is why the story of Enlil and Enki and the eagle and snake and the two brothers is so important to me, because it's just the yin and the yang. We've been split from the earth, from our knowledge, our history, from our intuition. So people seek stuff outwards rather than inwards, because that ties also into space, looking outside of ourselves, wanting to expand outwards rather than going inwards, like into the heart, into the earth, into our core.
I think it's funny you mentioned Ahriman there, because I think when it comes to understanding the Bible, there's definitely that Ahrimanic force of the kind of the Roman Empire, and also that. But I think there's also the Luciferian element as well. There's the kind of the high idealism, the kind of denial of material reality. There's also that side to it, and in a lot of ways, it's almost like this kind of like this petrol bomb. It's like these two ingredients, this sort of Luciferianism and Ahriman, when combined together, create this kind of super weapon of just like, it's almost like, it's like it's the worst of both extremes at the same time, sort of working together. Because I think it's like with the Lucifer element is more kind of like the if I would describe it, it's more like the kind of the weird like Christian cults that tell you you're going to get raptured and like deny all material possessions, deny all, material pleasures, abandon all this, abandon all of that, just like, that there's that dimension to it. Well, there's that kind of that ridiculous idealism, but there is also that kind of Ahrimanic dimension, which I think we can kind of chalk up to that sort of that the Old Testament, New Testament God kind of like dynamic, like a two-headed Hydra, if you will.
Yeah, man, I totally see where you're coming from, and there's a big part of that, isn't that? And isn't it interesting how both aspects can become Ahrimanic? Even the Luciferian cults can turn Ahrimanic, where once they get you to release all of your power, you're then under the whims of a cult leader, and we've seen where that goes, right? There's lots of instances in history where cult leaders have gotten people to do some pretty silly stuff. And so I suppose, there's an element of this that we can see that Christianity in its Catholic form. And I just want to point out that all these new Christian cults that arose from Catholicism, that want to distance themselves from Catholicism, no offense to all of them, everybody practice your religion as you see fit. I don't condemn anyone. But I'm not going to pretend that you aren't just a rebrand of Catholicism with a few rule changes, really. And that's important to understand. You've taken the same biblical texts. You're preaching the same. There's only one way into heaven. All that brainwashing. You're pushing on other people that if you're a Hindu, you're worshipping false gods. This is beyond being insulting, right? This is like, it is insulting, but it's beyond insulting. It's a form of judgment which contradicts everything in the New Testament. And so you'll find all these so-called Christians out there that are so eagerly pushing their ideologies in such an unchristian way. And when you start pointing out the history of Christianity, they say, no, that's Catholicism. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I get you. Catholicism rebranded and you changed a few rules, but that doesn't really change the, the bottom line. So have I got two instances here? Shall we take the one off the stage, the old one? Have we got two General Shinobis here, yeah?
I'm not sure, to be honest. But I just had a massive lightning bolt moment just now. Can I do just a little quick screen share here? Because this just occurred to me just now, and I can't believe I've never made this connection before. But think about like the symbol of the demiurge. You have a lion head and a snake body, right? Now think about this. Christ is often, and God is often symbolized by the lion, whereas the devil is often symbolized by the serpent or the snake. And what's interesting is it's both of these symbols combined. It's both the Christian symbol of the lion and the satanic symbol of the snake fused into one entity and one identity, which basically just, it pretty much just symbolizes exactly what I was talking about in terms of the Bible. about how, you know, it essentially is like there's one side of it, there's the dark snake-like side, and then there's the light lion-like side. And they're both, and it's like you both, you know, I was thinking about the Garden of Eden. It's almost like the demiurge, it wants to think of itself as the lion, but it denies its snake tail. And it's almost like that snake in the Garden of Eden is its own tail kind of like wiggling itself into the Garden of Eden. But Yaldabaoth wants to deny that aspect of itself. It wants to think, I'm just the noble, proud, bright lion head, and it doesn't recognize the shadow of its serpentine body. Oh my God, how I've known this symbol for years. How have I never made this connection? This is mind-blowing, dude.
That is a beautiful share, and it is so on point. You know, they say a symbol speaks 1,000 words, and I think in this instance it really has said. It's like, it's a mic drop, isn't it? So I'll try not to drop the mic. I think there's a lot to be said about that. And I think this is big part of like one of the things that the early Gnostic Christians were condemning the Jews for, apart from being party to the crucifixion and being like on board with the crucifixion. I want to get into some astrotheology, but I think like let's finish off this chapter before we fly with the astrotheology, because that's going to be like a wild ride. It's going to be a wild one. There's a lot that we're going to throw out there. Probably a lot of the people in here will probably be aware of that. But just getting back to this idea of this demiurge having this split personality, which I think is what we're observing in the Old Testament, right? On the one hand, it's a benevolent God that cares for his own and protects his own. But on the other hand, he's a mean ass, gonna get down and get dirty with your enemies. Oh my goodness gracious, if you don't keep his rules, you better live in fear. You know, there's that element of like, I'll look after you. It's what a narcissist does. Am I right or wrong? Is this not?
No, you're absolutely right. That's what a narcissist. It's absolutely right. They tried to take like that niceness and the meanness, and they try to confuse you and kind of like make you go back and forth between those two states of mind. That's what essentially gaslighting is basically you're kind of creating this false reality. It's like you treat them like crap, and then you say, I never treated you like crap. What are you talking about? You're totally insane. I've always been so great to you. You're just so ungrateful for all the things I've done for you. And it's like, that's essentially what a narcissist says. Holy shit.
Yeah, so was the demiurge a narcissist? Is that what that picture is that you flashed at us, Cosmic? And I think that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about a proverbially, use the old term, schizophrenic deity that is the demiurge that creates all of this, but is very, very self-conscious and more than just a little bit insecure about you worshiping other gods behind this demiurge's back, right? And these archons that are the administrators of the demiurge are also schizophrenic. And I actually had an experience of this when I traveled spent a long time out of my body, felt like about 6 months. I had come to terms with the fact that my body wasn't alive anymore. I had tried something traveling out through my eyes with my eyes open, and I was sure that my body had expired. And so I was in this substance and far away from the etheric, in the pure astral. Like there was no sign of the physical reality anywhere near me, no body, nothing. And anyway, the archons came because some part of me realized that like I was trapped here. And they came for me and they took me down this spiral into, the only way I can describe it is an abyss, a bottomless pit. And going through this process was like a soul rupturing, crunching, facing my shadow in its most absolute form. But what I noticed was the same archons that were so archonic and lizard-like. Here's where it gets very interesting. They were very lizard-like. They are part of the tapestry of being, part of the tapestry of form, which is like a kind of a, I can only describe it like a theater, but it's like a coiled serpentine theater that you spin round in. And they are like part of a fractaled form of beings within beings that make up bigger beings, part of a chain of life. And this fractal being, the whole nature of all of these beings had turned serpentine until I went down and faced this complete changing being that had no form, that was constantly changing. And I knew I was fighting for my freedom, for my own, who I was, to be who I was. And I only by luck and, by past blessings recognized after what seemed like months of psychic war where this creature was trying to possess me and I was resisting. And the more that I resist this creature trying to possess me, it went on for what seemed like months or weeks. I don't know, a long time. No, I'm exaggerating with months, but it was the longest battle I can imagine. And at some point, my heart felt compassion. I felt compassionate for this being. And the moment I felt compassionate for this being, it started to dissolve before my eyes. And suddenly all those archons, it was as if they were turning around. And I was seeing angelic forms. Now that you think about it, I never really put the idea of them having a lion kind of element to them, but there's a kind of a energy of that powerful, leonine energy that seemed to be a big part of it. And then I went rising up and I'm listening to the different music of the spheres, and the music got quite conjunct, like got quite distorted on the way down. On the way up, I was listening to these arias and seeing these beings, fractal beings, becoming bigger and bigger. My point being, there seems to be this ambivalence with these original archons. And I'm not talking about the archons that have taken flesh, and I believe that there are archons that have taken form and have been confined to the eighth spheres Rudolf Steiner speaks about. I mean the archons that are part of the structure of the creation that we're living in. The very forces of nature are ambivalent of themselves, and they seem to carry both the divine and the antithesis to the divine character and nature within their fundamental structure of their form. And this sort of, it's so on point, Cosmic, so on point. What's on your mind, dear General Shinobi? I just saw you nodding away.
Oh, I'm just nodding along. I do have some thoughts though. One is I missed what Cosmic said because there's something going on with my phone. It's really annoying. I caught like the last bit about the snake and the lion. What I do want to say about the snake and the lion is that there's the cobra, or there's a type of cobra that has the glyph of Leo on the back of its head or its hood. So there's a sort of link between the lion and the snake there, and also I think the popes, the sort of the thing they have over them kind of looks like a cobra's head or a neck as well. So there you sort of have a demiurge link there. And I was just playing around with the words lion and like L and ion. I think L was the name for Saturn, which would be time. And I was thinking about the archons, and I've thought about this before, but the archons, are they just like our cons? Are they just part of our self, like that we have to cross over? Like perhaps when we die, we don't go out there, we go in here, and the archons are in our own mind, and they're just they're like barriers or something we have to overcome, and or dimensions, and one of which is time or Saturn, one of the archons. And I think that we said about the archons being, is it like malevolent and benevolent at the same time? Like there's no separation between the good and the bad. This is why the middle way is so important, the central path. Like to have, I guess, Lucifer on one side, Ahriman on the other, and to look at the polarities and just be in the middle and let it spin around you. And I think that Yeah, I did have some other thoughts that I've forgotten now. Have you found an image of that cobra?
Well, I think what I basically just wanted to kind of like, I think if you missed what I was saying, was I made the observation that the iconic symbol of the demiurge of the lion with the snake body is, I never, because the lion symbolizes Christ and the snake symbolizes the devil. So essentially what the demiurge symbol is the Christ and the devil combined into a singular being. And
can I say something to that?
Sure.
So, do you know why the lion symbolizes Christ?
I obviously there's the whole solar connection. Well, you know, Christianity is obviously a solar religion and the sun god, but and that the lion often represents courage. But beyond that, no, you enlighten me.
Well, I didn't know either, but just what's just come to me, because I was just wondering, because obviously the snake's been demonized, and the snake is more of a sort of like a feminine symbol, like intuition. It could represent the shaman as well. And I think, of course, that needs to be demonized because we can't go inwards. We have to look outwards to the priest class and to God, which is
and
further.
I'm also thinking an interesting connection because, sorry, go on.
I'll say really quickly that also the lion is associated with the heart, and the heart is associated with Christ because you have the hex, which is magnetic north, and it's the north of Saturn as well. And there's so much to tie into that, as above, so below, as within, so without. The heart being a vortex, the heart being an anagram of earth as well. You have archetypes of gods like Enki being the god of the earth, who is more of a Christ-like figure, and I could go on with that, but I can see why the lion could be Christ, because I view the hex or the heart chakra as being the Christ as well, like the Cairo or the hero within.
I mean, it's why C.S. Lewis made the main good guy in his Chronicles of Narnia series, Aslan the Lion. I also just made another realization, because you think about the demiurge symbol is that the head of the creature is the lion and the body is the snake. And what is that essentially saying? It essentially says we're worshiping and glorifying the head, the mind, and we demonize the body by associating it with a snake. That's another connection I just made just now.
Well, I'll just add to that, the snake being symbolized as the body. The Egyptians had two different parts of the soul. One would be the ka, one would be the ba, and then the ark. The ark is more like the Mercury, the part of the soul which can like be with the gods after death or whatever. But the ba is the more the identity or the persona, which I would put with the snake, because like a snake sheds its skin, our persona, we have to shed our persona and who we are, like our identity once in a while. We can't just be rigid. So, and also the snake sort of, it sheds its skin as well. That's why it's associated with, I guess, shamanism and the feminine, because obviously women have a cycle once a month where they shed stuff. But I've forgotten what my original point is.
Whoa, that is a really cool, like, I didn't even think about the idea of like there's a symbolic reality to like the shedding of the skin of the body, because you think about the religion is always adapting itself to new times and new sort of like paradigms and structures, trying to get new audiences, coming up with new images, and that represents the snake shedding its skin so they can present a new skin, a new sort of form to represent to the new public. So it's never really its own consistent skin. The skin is always changing at a rapid pace, whereas the lion head is always the same lion head. That's a really great observation, Shinobi.
Also, I'll just point out as well that the lion being associated with the head, the mind can lie, but the heart or the body or the snake wouldn't lie. And I think it's such a trick for the snake in the Garden of Eden to be demonized, because or the trickster archetype that the snake is, the shaman, to be demonized, because it's the one which invokes something in us. Like with the Garden of Eden, the snake or the dragon, I would say it's a dragon, this sort of wisdom he didn't trick, but he sort of invoked something in Adam and Eve to seek the tree of good and evil, the tree of knowledge or whatever. So the symbol, the snake, is really a symbol that's been demonized. So is the dragon. Some people think dragons are Satan, but I just think a dragon is a balance of the eagle, the ego, the mind, and the snake, the body. And that's what I view dragons. And I think that it was a dragon in the Garden of Eden. And I think that dragons have been cast out of people's minds, much like Lucifer falling from heaven, the mind. And yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys are cooking with gas, man. There's so much that we can unpack when we look at the serpent and we look at the okay, so first, when we consider the zodiac wheel as it stands today, we've got the head of the serpent and the tail of the serpent. And the head of the serpent is Leo, and the tail of the serpent is Cancer. And Leo and serpent make the Ouroboros. This is why the Leo is ruled by the sun, and there is only one. The sun only has one station. The Jupiter has the station of Sagittarius and of Pisces. Saturn has the station of Capricorn and Aquarius. Mars has the station of Aries and of Scorpio. Mercury has the station of Gemini and of Virgo. And Venus has the station of Taurus and Libra. Then the sun only has one station. That is Leo. The moon only has one station. That is Cancer. Now, within each of the other 5 planets, they have a polarity where, for example, Gemini, Virgo is feminine and Gemini is masculine. Capricorn is masculine and Aquarius is feminine. And so forth with all of the other 5 planets, right? Venus being Taurus is feminine. Jupiter being Pisces is feminine. But then the Leo doesn't have that polarity. I mean, the sun doesn't have that polarity. So the sun and the moon make up their own polarity, their own set. And so the set of polarity created by the sun and the moon is the functional set that produces the continuity of the Ouroboros, of the turning of the wheel. So this is like got to do with the great age. This is why all the old pyramids are all facing constellation of Leo Cancer, that point. Now, that's quite interesting in itself from an astrotheological perspective, why Cancer and Leo are so important. So Leo being that fundamental house of work, house of your career, house of what you do, your vocation, what you do in your life, very important. Cancer represents the 4th house, and the 4th house is your house of your home, family life. Also equally important. What you do when you leave your home is Leo. How you go to the world, how you interact vocationally to produce the necessity of resources for your family. Then how you go home and behave with your family is Cancer. And so these two become the constituencies of one's life effectively. Now, here's where it gets interesting. There was a battle with Hercules, right? And with the battle of Hercules, he was fighting is it a 7-headed Hydra? Yeah. I'm not sure how many heads the Hydra has. Multi-headed, lots of heads. I think it's 7 heads or 9 heads. Might be 9 heads. But let's just say it's hypothetically 7 heads. This Hydra, which is basically a gigantic serpent with all these heads. We see this depicted in India, by the way, this Naga. Very, very important. This is the Naga that's all over the show in India. The Buddha had run into them. It's Shiva. There's a big part of this Kundalini awakening is facing this Naga. The 7-headed Naga represents the 7 archons. Now, in some traditions, there are 3 archons. In some traditions, there are 12 archons, but there are essentially 7 archons. Now, the reason that these 7 archons constitute 12 archons is because 5 of these 7 archons split to become a polarity of 10. And 2 of the archons form a polarity, making 12 signs of the zodiac. So this is how the 7 archons become the 12 archons. Got to do with splitting off, and 5 of them split into 2, and so that's how the 12 is distilled from the 7, the microcosm and the macrocosm. And then the fundamental 7 archons are reflections of 3 archons. 3 archons that have been combined in a very particular way. Archon number 1, archon number 2, archon number 3. Then archon number 1 and 2, then archon number 1 and 3. Right? Then archon number 1, 2, and 3. So we then distill 7. Sorry, I heard my boy outside. It sounded like he was doing something. Got to keep an eye on him. His mom doesn't keep an eye on him so well. So anyway, I can see her sort of stepping in there now. So anyway, this idea of these 3 archons, 7 archons, 12 archons, I think that's relevant when we're looking at the Cancer and the Leo connection here. And the idea of the lion head and the serpent tail. Now, during this war with Hercules, or who is called Hercules, right? Hercules, however you want to say it. He's fighting this Hydra, and the crab attacks him. Right? Isn't that interesting? Now, I personally wonder whether this has got something to do with a reverse of polarity, reversing of the poles. I think at some point there might have been a reversal of the poles. And possibly we weren't looking at 12 signs of the zodiac. Possibly we were only measuring 7 different constellations. Ride with me on this. Ride with me on this. And then one of the constellations, which is considered to be a double part constellation. Let me try and find it here first. Okay, Kaput, and okay, so the constellation is called Serpens, and Serpens is a real constellation divided in 2 parts: Serpens Kaput and Serpens Cauda. That's the other part. I always forget that part. So Kaput and Cauda represent this element. The constellation Ophiuchus is the serpent bearer, right? And this Ophiuchus has had quite a lot of, play of late. I think it's been discussed quite a lot by a lot of different researchers. So the serpent's caput is basically where Virgo is, right? And the other part of the serpent, which is Cauda, is by Ophiuchus. Now, Ophiuchus is somewhere close to Sagittarius and Capricorn. I think the head of Ophiuchus might be where and this must be related to the planet Saturn, I'm guessing, because Saturnalia is an ancient holiday that was always celebrated, Ophiuchus, Christmas. So it could be that this constellation, which is considered 2 parts, but it's one gigantic serpent, would have been one of a number of constellations in our heavens. Or possibly the first part and the second part of the serpent would have been seen as 2 constellations. But regardless, we've got within this 2-part constellation, we've got Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius going into Capricorn. So we've got like 4 parts of the zodiac wrapped up in this one. And then there would have been a bear, there would have been other creatures. So I'm wondering whether there was an ancient time before a pole shift, before the adding on of days that we see about in Egyptian law, where they had to add on a lot of days, right? It used to be 360 days in a year. So something happened. So before all of that business occurred, perhaps we had a different constellation system where we were only tagging 7 constellations. And perhaps it was at a later stage that we mapped the rest of the constellations. And this this could sort of make a lot of sense, because the flood created a big movement in the heavens, right? It wasn't just here that the flood happened. I don't believe it was just localized. I think it was the entire system that was disrupted to produce this geo shifts on Earth that we saw as the Great Flood. Whichever model you go with, concave, flat, round, ball, disc, hovering, cyclone, emanation of the consciousness field, whichever concept we consider reality to be as a model, I think that within the structure of all of the different planes of existence, there must have been some powerful reverberation to produce this flood that seems to be well documented. And it's documented in the Sumerian texts, in the Akkadian texts, in the Hebrewic texts, the Arabic texts. They speak about it in the North Americas, with evidence of big floods all around the world. We can see the physical evidence of huge tracts of water running across the Americas. So, there was definitely some big flood. And so here's another just tidbit to throw in there, it's relating Ophiuchus to Virgo in this massive serpent constellation. And possibly originally the head of the lion would have been what was meeting that constellation. So it would have sort of denoted, and we can imagine that our perspective of the stars may have changed as well. We could be speaking hundreds of thousands of years ago, right? I think we are speaking at least 300,000-400,000 years ago by my esteem. What do you guys think of all of that?
So recently what's been popping up on my timeline quite a bit is the Leviathan, and there's been, I think, at least 2 or 3 major earthquakes where apparently this giant serpent, ocean serpent, which is by Drake Passage. So it's very interesting that you're mentioning like the snake and the Ophiuchus and water and flooding there. Also, Ophiuchus constellation, I think, is between Sagittarius and Scorpio. I'm not sure if it quite goes as far as Capricorn, but it might do. It's definitely in between Scorpio and Sagittarius, though. So I remember thinking Scorpio is like a water and Sagittarius is a fire, and Ophiuchus I was thinking more as like kind of like plasma energy, a mix of the two. What did you mentioned Ophiuchus and Saturnalia? Could you just expand on that a minute? Was that just because of Capricorn, or is there something else to Ophiuchus and Saturnalia?
Well, just the Saturn worship is the oldest worship that we can track, right? When we go back far, we go back, it's Saturn. And Saturnalia is a very old, remnants of an older holiday, which is what became Christianity. So I'm putting it in the context of our modern redress of Christianity, trying to bridge the gap. And you're completely right about Sagittarius and Scorpio. Here's an interesting point. Scorpio used to be an eagle at ancient times, but I think Scorpio has got a lot to do with serpent as well, now that you think about it, because the Kundalini is essentially the Scorpio, right? That sexual root potency and power is essentially what we consider serpentine energy, especially in India. The Kundalini is literally depicted as a big serpent, and it is stored in your generative sexual organs. But yeah, in terms of the Saturnalia, I put that back to the worship of the black sun, and the black sun is an ode to the black cube. The black cube is an ode to Saturn, and this was one of the earliest deities that was worshipped when we learned to write, because he was essentially an agricultural deity to begin with, right? Now, I wanted to go into this, like if we're speaking about this gets really interesting. When you look at the Sumerian story, so the Sumerians, and not just the Sumerians, the Akkadians, they both agreed on this, that there was, let me get this right, that the sun god, who I think was called Utu, is that right? Is Utu the Sumerian sun god? Just let me check. I must. I don't want to talk nonsense. Sumerian solar deity. Utu. Yes. Okay, good. So Utu and Shamash is the Akkadian version of Utu. So from the Sumerian and Akkadian perspectives, Utu or Shamash, depends which book you read, they had two forms. So there was the form of Utu that was during the daylight hours. And during the daylight hours was radiating onto the earth. And so we were getting the light of the sun. Then they considered that Utu went into the underworld, right? And it was Krishnagal. Is that right? Krishnagal was the queen of the underworld. And Utu would be there administrating for the queen of the underworld in helping to judge the souls of the underworld and would bring justice to the underworld. That's an interesting concept. Cosmic, I hope I didn't drop off. Did I drop off, Cosmic? Was it me that dropped off, or was it you that dropped off, brother? Shinobi?
You didn't drop off, but I do
Okay.
have something to say very quickly before we move on from Ophiuchus. Very quickly, that the Hercules constellation is just above Ophiuchus, and this is like they're kind of battling. Hercules is kind of seen as like the eagle, so this is where the mythology of the eagle and the serpent come into play, like this story. Like it's got the eagle and the snake is this cosmic drama that's been playing out over millennia. Of it's the two brothers, I view it as well. Even the eagle being the ego, the mind, and the snake being the body or the feminine. But anyway, I'm mentioning this because Ophiuchus is the 13th sign of the zodiac, I guess, or the center of the wheel. And when there was a flood, perhaps this could have been a mass brainwashing, like a washing away or a forgetting. I know water's associated with memory, but perhaps we could have been given false memories. So the snake has been pushed away, and now we have 12 months. If we had 13 months or moonths, there would be 28 days, right? And then we'd be more in tune with the water or the matter or magnetism or whatever. So I just wanted to say that really quickly, because we're talking about water and floods and the snake and the calendar and stuff. So that all kind of ties in. That could this snake, like Lucifer, have been cast out of people's minds, and now our time has been altered by our calendar, and obviously the time relates to Saturn as well, which we measure time by the amount of light emitted. And this also ties into magnetism, or to the moon, with the amount of light which is being come into this realm and being taken away. If we don't really understand the cycles of nature and stuff, if we were detached from cycles or the circle, there's this kind of more square cube shape which has kind of pushed its way into our psyche. And perhaps maybe I'll just say quickly as well that the black cube could also represent the mutt or the dark, or like the more of the feminine, like matter, mother. But Ahriman, the deceiver, has been using this cube to sort of push this kind of materialism away from the matter, away from the mother, and more of this kind of yeah, it's really difficult to explain, but I just view things as two polarities, and maybe the black cube isn't this negative symbol. It should be like the matter or the mother, but it's been viewed as negative. So now people view matter as negative.
Well, that's really interesting, and I think that there's a lot there to be sort of digested, and I agree. There's obviously been a lot of tampering with our astrotheology in the past. Namaste, welcome to us. We've got Outation, we've got Kobe 2.0. Hope you guys are thriving. Hope you guys are all well, happy, big love. And you mentioned the black cube, and it makes me want to like really dive into the black sun. The black sun is a controversy, and people don't really grasp it. So I'm trying to go back to as far back to the beginning as possible. So the Sumerian and the Akkadians that came after them had this idea that the sun had two lives. The sun lived here in matter, and then when the sun passed away or was no longer alive, it went into the underworld and acted as the sun of the underworld. And then the sun was reborn the next day, and the reborn of the sun was the sun coming back. And so we see that there's this interesting notion here with this deity reflection. Now I'm going to draw a parallel here with Osiris, which you're going to find that a lot of anthropologists disagree with, but I don't think they're taking this into account, what I just said. When you consider Osiris, now in some places Osiris has been, according to our anthropologists, confused with solar deity. Okay, we'll take that at face value. But Osiris's partner is Isis. Now Isis is very related to Venus. You see where it gets interesting. Venus has the day star and the night star. In fact, Venus was considered to be two planets in ancient times, or was considered as having two presences, two personalities, the morning and the evening. And so, we are told that they actually believed that there were two planets. I don't think they necessarily believed that there were two planets necessarily, but they treated it as if there were two personalities. And I think it has to do with Inanna crossing the threshold to go into the underworld. Right. Let's just hold on to that for a moment. So Inanna takes off all of her jewelry and her lapis lazuli toys, and she goes into the underworld to get back her lover. Right. Now we see Isis in ancient land of Kem in Egypt being related to the underworld. Right. Her husband, her consort, obviously Osiris, is the one that judges over the souls of the underworld. Right. So he administrates the judgment. Now, we don't see this connection with the sun. We see Re as being separate. Right. But here's where it gets quite interesting. We see Re as being three separate aspects. The rising sun, the midday sun, and the evening setting sun. Set being an aspect of the solar deity, the setting of the sun, where the sun goes into the underworld to be reborn the next day. So the sun lives and doesn't live, lives and doesn't live. But when the sun isn't alive, now we're going back to the Sumerians. They considered the sun to be the one that administrates judgment in the underworld. Right. But the Egyptians considered Osiris to be the one who administrates judgment. So could Osiris be another embodiment of the solar deity, but not here in the underworld? Hence, spoken of independently from the sun, so that people could understand that Osiris was not a manifest deity here in the day of man, of physicality, but a being of the underworld, or one that lived within the underworld, shall we say, if that is even the correct term of what one does in the underworld, existed. Though regardless, this gets quite interesting, because then we start looking at so Osiris and Isis. Then we start looking at the solar deity, right? The solar deity of ancient Egypt is the deity of Re. Obviously, many Atum, Aten. There's different forms of the solar deity, but the wife or the consort of the solar deity is Hathor. Now, Hathor has strong connections with Venus. Isn't that interesting? Strong connections with Venus, Hathor, the solar deity, and then Isis. In fact, when you go further back, there are very powerful connections between Hathor and Isis. They're both deities of childbirth. They both carry the abundance and the blessings of fertility. They both carry the deep mysteries within their bosom of healing. So there's like arguments that Hathor and Isis were evolutions of two sides of a single coin, if you would. And so we go back and we see Inanna, and Inanna having the side that was here in the world and the side that was in the underworld. For Inanna stripped herself bare to travel and be in the underworld. And since time doesn't hold its sway in the underworld as time holds its sway here, we got to consider that Inanna's presence must always be some aspect and element of her in the underworld. And so to account for these concepts, we had to create these proverbial divisions of consciousness and understanding. And this brings us back to an important point with the archons. So these 7 fundamental archons, I believe, are 7 manifestations of the 7 principles of Hermes, right? So the principle of vibration, I would see as being the principle of transcendence. And the principle of transcendence is transcendence of the physical form. And the vibration is the key to transcending the physical form by our vibe, our emotional state. And I don't mean our feelings, for our feelings is a refinement of emotion. And feelings I consider to be the realm of the sun, of feeling, of peeling the layers off in order to get to a transcendent state, the imagination. And then Saturn being the realm of not harmony, of rhythm. And so, and I didn't mention about the sun being the sphere of polarity, for the sun produces the polarities of light and shadow, the polarities electrically. And this polarizing potential is the potential of a polarizing field, which is emitted by the sun, which we call electricity, electromagnetism, light. So we see this nature of the sun in this way. We see the nature of Saturn in the rhythm, in the lords of rhythm of time. And then we can consider Mars as being the ruler of passion, the passion that moves us, the passion that brings us to become active, to activate us, so that we can go out and do and be an activist, to achieve, to move towards. And of course, then we have the, and this is the principle of cause and effect. To cause and effect is to act, to choose, to act, action. Anybody who's Martian will know that action is the key, cause and effect. It's very Martian, it's head first. And then, of course, the lunar potential, which is the principle of Nana, which is the bringing together of polarities of life and not being alive, right? The lunar potential, which is the governing of the cycles, the reaping and the sowing. And so the lunar potential then comes into bringing together the generation, that which generates the physical substance, the lunar, the magnetic field, the gravitational magnetic field alignment, which holds the electrical field in place through this electromagnetic potential of reality that we're experiencing as fields bumping against fields. And then, of course, you've got the principle of correspondence, mercurial energy, and that is being able to correspond one idea to another idea and put them together, right? And then you've got the inspiration of intuition, and the Mercury comes with the intellect and that potential to expand one's mental potential, or expand's probably not the right word, the ability to tie in things and to correlate, probably a good way of looking at it. And then the Jupiter is obviously the inspiration, which is essentially intuition based, right? In India, we speak of the Guru planet. Guru means teacher. Guruvar is Thursday. It's the day of Jupiter. The Guru planet is the planet of inner learning. Inner learning, inner tuition, inner learning, Guru. So you can see like these 7 principles. Now, I believe that these 7 principles each have a shadow element, and these shadow elements are what we're talking about when we talk about the archons. And I think that the structure of reality that this Yaldabaoth brought into being, he required these 7 beings to act in concert in order for this fundamental physicality of structure to come into being. And so this is why these 7 fundamental principles of Hermes are really the key to decoding and understanding the nature of our physical reality, which is why they're the basis of so much of our occult therapeutics. Even in India, we speak of the 7 chakra. We're speaking of the 7 Hermetic principles, effectively. And understanding that gives an understanding to the chakras, and an understanding to the Kabbalah, and understanding to all the different metaphysical occult systems that have sort of hatched. So just to bring it back, I'm trying to draw a connection here between Horus, and Horus is the left and right eye of the sun and the moon, as the manifestation of solar potential and solar power on Earth, representing as a metaphor that one part of the solar deity is manifest here, and one part of the solar deity is manifest in the realm where the moon can see the unconscious, the underworld. And so that sort of reflects this idea of the solar potential and the black sun being something that was evolved out of that, because Saturn rules over rhythm. Rhythm rules vibration. Vibration is the key of Inanna. This is the key of Venus. Venus music, harmony, beauty, vibration. So this is an interesting little side road that I've sort of taken, and I think it's going to be important when we apply this to the astrotheology. What are your guys' thoughts? Cosmic, you've been a little bit quiet, brother. What are your thoughts?
I was away for a second. I was having some food. What were we talking about?
Well, I was basically drawing out the idea that even though anthropologists don't agree that Osiris has anything to do with the solar deity, I was making a case for it in relation to Osiris being the ruler of the underworld. Well, he's the one who's the judge, right, of the souls. But in Akkadian and Sumerian traditions, it was Shemesh in Arcadia and Utu in Sumeria that went underground, went into the underworld. This is the solar deity, and in the underworld played the role of Osiris. Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
And the anthropologists never take that into account when looking at the story of Osiris with Isis and relating it with the story of Ra with his consort of Hathor.
Mm-hmm.
And here's another point. The Sumerian ruler of the underworld was Tereshkal. What's it called? Tereshkal. I've her name. A Sumerian ruler of underworld. Queen. Is it? They'll tell me. I'm hoping. Ereshkigal. Sorry, my pronunciation was bad. Ereshkigal. Now, Ereshkigal, her consort was, I forget his name, but he was the bull of heaven. Just to bring that back into alignment with Hathor, because Hathor and the bull, sacred connection, both connecting to the sun, right? Because he was not the solar deity, but he was the consort of Ereshkigal, who is the ruler of the underworld in Sumerian. But the sun was traveling in the underworld. So I make a case that the black sun is that aspect of the sun's consciousness that travels in the underworld at night. And it's the other side of the sun when we're carrying the negative polarity of that particular life-bringing force. And yeah, so that's basically what I was getting at. I don't know if you guys want to throw something in. I don't want to babble on for too much.
Yeah, I think Anubis, got him here on my necklace. I don't know if you can see him properly. The dog head. Anubis was the original god of the afterlife, and I think Osiris came after him. And the reason I mention that is because Anubis is known as the one that carries or guides souls between worlds. And Saint Christopher, in Christianity, has been depicted with a dog head also. And Saint Christopher was the one that carried Christ, or the Christ child, across the river. So I think there's a very similar story there of Anubis, or Saint Christopher carrying the Christ between worlds. And also you could view the Christ as Mercury, messenger of the gods, that which travels between worlds, our Christos. The Egyptians called it the Uk. So you have the Ka, the mind, the Ba, body, and then the Uk, which is like the middle, like Mercury. But I just found it very interesting the other day when I discovered that Saint Christopher is depicted with a dog head, and he carried Christ over the river, like between worlds. So I think there's some similarities there. And I think, I'm not sure when Osiris took over Anubis's role of the underworld, or like the subconscious, I guess. But yeah, it's very
I don't
interesting.
think he took over. I think they play different roles.
Okay.
Anubis is he's the guy who he's the guide. Yeah. He's your guide. Like you're crossing over, he's there, he's going to take your hand, he's going to paddle you across, he's going to take you there, and he's going to deposit you in front of the cosmic scales, where you will have the feather weighed with your soul. And I think Anubis, he presides over the weighing process. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's his role. He's making the decision: are you worthy or are you not worthy? But the guy who's doing all the legwork. Sorry. Anubis. Sorry, I'm mixing these up. Anubis is the guy who's doing all the legwork. He's the guy who's carrying the souls to and fro, to and fro. He's the shepherd, the proverbial shepherd of the underworld. And Osiris is just the guy who presides over the weighing of the feather on this and the heart. And obviously he doesn't do it alone, but I think he's the one who sits in the throne of making the decision of, are you eligible for what comes next. Yeah, but that's
also
interesting. It's connection with the dog star.
Yeah, also Anubis, whenever I hear the name Anubis, I think of Anu, obviously Saturn, and Abyss, like the abyss, the subconscious, the dark. So you had the dark star, the dog star, you have Saturn and time, and time, or Saturn, is one of the archons, or one of the boundaries which we need to cross over, and it ties into light and memory and stuff. That's a big old rabbit hole there of crossing that archon. But yeah, is the black star, am I correct in thinking, the dog star as well, or is that something completely else? Is that Sirius?
Sirius.
So the black
Sirius.
star isn't the dog star.
I'm not sure. The black star. I mean, I'm thinking of the black sun,
That's
which
what
is
I mean.
that
Yeah.
spinning wheel from ancient times. But our anthropologists have neatly separated the black sun from anything to do with any of this. They just say, well, that's just a separate cult, blah, 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 Saturn. But when we look at it more closely, we see that there's this connection, like in Sumerian and Akkadian. And like you say, Anubis, Anu, I've also always had that connection with Anubis. It seems a no-brainer to me. No? But yeah, Sirius is the constellation, the seven sisters. And I think that those seven sisters are a representation of the archons. How's that for an idea to digest?
I've got to go have dinner now. But I may jump on a little bit later if you guys are still going in a couple of hours. That would be 4 hours for you guys, though, so I doubt it. But if not, I'll catch you next time, and I'm going to listen to this back. So there's a lot here.
All right, take it easy, man. Nice having you on the show.
Yeah, take care,
Oh,
Cosmic.
An honor having you. Yo, brother Cosmic. So what are your thoughts?
My thoughts on what specifically?
Well, the idea that our anthropologists have drawn distinctions, almost like they're trying to create an obfuscation. Maybe not by design. I
think what's going on here is that there's a different approach to data and information. See, I think when there's a difference between an occultist who looks at these mythologies and a historian who's looking at this stuff, right? See, as an occultist, you are looking at these different myths and these different traditions to find a deeper underlying truth that all the myths kind of point to. So you're looking at the Sumerian mythology, and you're looking at the Egyptian mythology, and you're trying to find where these mythologies intersect to point to a larger kind of spiritual, metaphysical, mystical truth. Whereas the historical anthropologist isn't thinking that way. They are looking at these as literally just stories of a particular individual culture. So they don't necessarily think to kind of tie the stories together of different mythologies to point to a larger sort of meta mythology that they all kind of follow them, because they only see them in our kind of secular point of view as literally just stories, and that's it. Not pointing to any kind of deeper metaphysical or spiritual truths in the universe. So the epistemological approach from that kind of secular anthropological historical point of view treats it very differently. And instead of seeing this as a kind of a sort of a universal like world where all myths kind of point to a larger truth, they see a bunch of individual isolated truths that don't necessarily point to each other. Maybe there's some, and if they do have interlocking aspects, it'll then be chalked up to something that's like evolutionary, psychological, biological, but not in the same sense. So I think that's kind of what's happening here with this, because you're talking about how, the difference between the sort of the Egyptian underworld myth and the Sumerian underworld myth. And you're wondering why the historians aren't putting these two things together and creating a synthesis. And I think what I've explained kind of like explains it, but you can kind of go further with that line of thought.
I think that's a very good observation. And I think this is one of the reasons. I think that idea of looking at everything localized can produce misleading ideas. And I think this is what's happened with religion. I think it's a particular attitude towards information, because the church controlled science, the church controlled information, the church controlled writing, knowledge, everything. So basically, all of our institutions that we have, our scientific, seance institutions, they are all picking up the flack that was left by the Catholic tradition. And I want to go into the astrotheology of the New Testament and the Old Testament. How's that sound?
Yeah, dude, let's go.
Okay, let's ride this wave. Okay, baby. This gets fun. Okay, so to start off with, the Son of God. Hold on. Hold a moment. Hold the horses. I do have something here. I wrote it down somewhere. Damn. I don't know. I had notes here somewhere, but I can't deal with notes. I think I've got something I can play for us. So let me go and create a present. Share a screen. Share a screen. Going to do it with information, with sound. Share a window. No, share an entire screen. Okay.
Honestly, I usually just like share just the individual window the image is on. That way it only shows the image. It doesn't do that like continuum thing that you're seeing there.
You're completely right. You are completely right. What I wanted to find, I don't actually need to share the whole screen. I just realized that myself. The moment I thought about it, I realized, hold on a moment. I'm not going to play an audio file now. I wanted to play an audio file at some point, but that was something I wanted to play earlier, which I forgot to play, which I thought was important. So let's go. Screenshots, text files, Telegram, temporary roundtable. There we go. So here's something I want to share. Let me get to it. Excuse the delay, people. It's an image file. So we go to, there we go. It's on its way. It's launching. So there we go. So this is Malachi 4, verse 2. And it says, fear the Lord, the Son of Righteousness, will rise, sun, as in S-U-N, right? To be clear. The sun, as in the solar disk, of righteousness. Now we're thinking ancient Egypt. Of righteousness will arise with healing in its wings. We were talking about the eagle before, right? We're back to the story of the eagle again. Or rays. The rays, we're going to talk about the rays, Statue of Liberty, the rays of the sun, the crown the deities wear, that our kings wear, coronation, the corona of the sun. And they will go forth, grow up as calves from the stall. So here we subtle allusion to the great bull of the heavens that I mentioned before, which goes right back to Sumerian, pre-Akkadian, and it's dragged its feet through Arcadia, ancient Egypt, right here into the Old Testament. And so in the Old Testament, there are references, like the one I just pulled up as an example, that specify the Son of God, the solar Son of God. And so if we look at it from an anthropological perspective, but using occult basic ideology, and imagine humanity at a time when the night was a very scary place to be and the dark was really scary. And in this night, dark, scary, there were dangers. The predators were out hunting. You could step on snakes or dangerous scorpions or whatever, you can hurt yourself. And it would be difficult to look after your children in the dark. You didn't have light. you can see how this division of light and dark became immanent as an idea of safety and protection. And then this is going back many, possibly millions of years, what I'm talking about, back to the cradle of civilization. We're not talking the last 50,000 years, we're talking way back, millions. And more than a million, I would say. So just looking at it from that perspective, you can see why the sun would have been the first deity, right? Deified. Because the sun would arise, and with the rising of the sun would come safety. And the sun would also be the source of all life on earth, right? And the life on earth would be sustained by the sun. The sun would let you see everything. The predators would go back into their holes and their caves. It would be warm. It wouldn't be cold. It wouldn't be dark. You'd be able to do things, to go and collect berries, food, or maybe even like dig a hole and push seeds in the ground, because you notice when seeds fall in the ground, they grow. So that thing that you eat from that tree, it's got this little thing that seems to grow. Maybe if I push a whole lot of them in the ground, yeah, they'll grow for me. I'm getting like going right back to our infantile states as life. This could have been something that we would have been doing, possibly. So this idea of light and dark. So the solar disk has always been celebrated. And so every religion that we go through back in time, what I was mentioning earlier, the solar deity, even the black sun, I believe, is related to the solar deity. Even though we call it the black sun, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? So we've got the solar deity that seems to pop its head up in every different theological experiment or tradition that has been. And so it seems that in our Old Testament, the Son of God was what we were talking about, was the sun as a symbol, and as a symbol for purity and a symbol for power and a symbol for life and a symbol for enlightenment. I suppose the sun is the best symbol. What do you think about that? Does that make sense to you?
That makes perfect sense. That because like the sun's the provider of warmth, the provider of pretty much like any like livelihood in ancient times, because you don't have electricity, you don't have lighting, and if you go even further back, it's like I don't think everybody figured out fire yet necessarily. So there's got to be some, root in that dimension as well. So yeah, I think that really, there's the sun and the moon dynamic. I think it was the reason that in Islam, why the moon is revered so much was they had kind of a different approach, because with Christianity, the sun was revered because, you live in Britain, you got these harsh winters and it's really, cold, or at night, it's like really bad. But in Islam, they lived out in the desert, and during the day, the sun is brutally hot. So they saw the moon as essentially a relief from the brutality of the sun, which is why they venerated the moon more in their mythology, and why you see the crescents, on their, the symbol for Islam as opposed to the cross or whatever. So I think in a lot of ways, we go back to that, the whole Cancer Leo dynamic you were talking about earlier, and that if you think about it, it's like the sun and the moon are like the first two deities, that things we deify, because they are kind of the larger, structures that we see from our point of view, and then the stars and the planets, they come in later.
Yeah, I agree. Have you ever been in a desert, in like a proper desert?
Yeah, I've been in deserts before. Sure, like I've been to like in the South, the American Southwest. I've been to some of those deserts, like the Grand Canyon, Utah, those kind of deserts. I haven't been to like a Middle Eastern Sahara type desert though, but more kind of like cactuses. But definitely a desert for sure. It's hot and brutal, and you could die if you don't have water.
There's not many clouds, are there?
No,
there's not clouds. So at night, it's never really dark.
Yeah, there's a lot of light. You can like see the Milky Way. It's pretty cool.
You're never going to be afraid of the dark in the desert, because literally, it doesn't have to be a full moon. There's no trees to obscure the light of the stars or bushes or clouds. It's cloudless. It's thin air. It's cold, but it's everything is well lit. And the coolness can often be a blessing after the blistering sun, like you say. It makes so much sense. I remember being in the desert and getting lost in the desert once and being amazed at how bright it is at night in the desert. I was like, oh my gosh. Like I was like, I wonder if I can read in this light. Like I didn't actually want to sit down and read. I was more like interested in finding like a way out of this predicament of like, I'm probably not going to survive this. Like I'm a bit lost. I don't know which way to go. But yeah, it's an interesting point that you bring up. Now, the other part is this. So the solar deity would have been like fundamental to like the beginnings of our human understanding of deity, I think, going back. So this is why solar deities have played such large roles in shaping our cultures and our religions. So then we look at the Statue of Liberty as an example, right? Now, I always think of the Statue of Liberty relating to Venus. Whether it does or not is another question, but that's how my unconscious interprets that image. And she has this crown of thorns, right? And this crown of thorns is essentially the rays of the sun radiating from your head, meaning that the power and intelligence and light of the sun is in your head. And you are radiating this principle of the sun out of your head, this crown. So all of our kings were considered, and queens were considered to be ambassadors of God. And they wore crowns radiating the light out. And when Emmanuel was doing his crucifixion gig, not that he signed up for it, maybe he did, who knows, he was wearing a crown of thorns. And I think there's a lot to be unpacked here with this crown of thorns. It seems to be a powerful symbolic recognition of the solar potential in the head. And so in the New Testament, they're talking to us about you cannot come to me but through my son. And what else does the Bible say? What you do to my son, you do to me, right? Well, the sun represents life, represents all of the abundance. What does the sun do? It gives of itself endlessly. The sun is like self-sacrificial in a sense, because it's like a battery that's just expending all of its life, all of its power, all of its energy until it collapses one day from giving everything that it had endlessly. So isn't this like the doctrine of Emmanuel? What do you think? Doesn't that?
Well, I wouldn't know too much about the doctrine of Emmanuel, so I don't think I've really like looked into this. But I'm kind of interested in the crown of thorn sort of symbolism and sort of thinking about what that potentially could mean, because we're talking about the head and we're talking about the intellect. And I'm thinking about like a crown of thorns on one head, because you're thinking about thorns. They're painful, they're sharp, they're prickling. It's almost like this kind of like eternal painful reminder, this kind of like, it almost represents like kind of like a fixation or a I don't know, a kind of a hang up on some sort of mental, like some sort of guilt or albatross or whatever. I don't know. I think there's something to be unpacked there about, like, why is that such a prominent, part of the symbol? Because if you think about like pretty much like any like crucifix, Christ always has that crown of thorns that is on his head. And I think a lot of people, we always focus on the symbolism of the cross and the nails through the hands and the feet. But there's something, when I'm thinking about it from this like purely symbolic kind of like the tarot analysis kind of level sense of thinking about the crown of thorns, it's almost like there's a lot to be unpacked with that, just from like a psychological reality. Because in a lot of ways, Christ, it also represents the logos in sort of the Greek idea, the sort of the intellect or the logic of the universe. And it's almost like the crown of thorns is symbolic of Western civilization, in that it's almost like, if you think about those like dog collars that have like those spikes that kind of like, they kind of go into the dog's neck, when it sort of like runs away. It's almost like the crown of thorns is symbolic for that, for our thoughts. It's like if our mind expands too much, the crown of thorns is going to poke our brain and we'll try to shrink back inwards. I don't know. There's a lot of symbolism to unpack here.
I think that this you've nailed it there. This is why I was bringing up earlier the story about the black sun, and how the idea or the concept of the black sun seems to have traveled from Sumeria through Arcadia through here, of the idea of the sun traveling through the underworld. And so it causes me to think, like, is this crown of thorns representative of time, of the forces of time governing the archons? So all of the archons are working through matter, these 7 rays, these 7 elements of the Elohim. So the Elohim are 7 spirits, right? These are the 7 archons. The Elohim created all of this. This is the handmaidens of the Yaldabaoth, or of the whatchamacallit, the creator, right? What's the word? The demiurge, the creator of the demiurge. So this demiurge works through these 7 archons, and we see it in the Hebrew tradition as being reflected as, so that you can see there is a word for word verbatim idea related to the idea of Gnosticism being literally translated into the Hebrew. And so those archons were given a name, the Elohim. That's why the Elohim represents the him and hers, right? And the him and hers, as I pointed out, 5 of them become him and her, and 2 of them are a him and her. And the him and her that represent the head and tail of the dragon is the marriage between the moon and the sun. And the marriage between the moon and the sun is that element of the dragon's head of Leo, the lion's head, and the Cancerian element of the watery element coming together to produce that Ouroboros. So we could see that the sun becomes the head of this being. And so when we're looking at someone, we're looking at their head, we look at their eyes. We don't notice the rest of their body so much. So if you were face to face with Yaldabaoth, you'd be looking into his eyes and you'd see a lion's head, and you would identify him as a lion more than a serpent. Maybe if you're running away from him, you'd see that serpent body from a distance chasing you. Even though the serpent body is the greater part of Yaldabaoth, it's that head that you're going to notice from like a metaphorical perspective. So I think that head representing the power of this manifestation and how we've got to work through it, we're then confronted with Saturn, we're confronted with limitation, contraction. And so the contraction is, I think, what that thing represents, the contraction that's necessary. And we need to be contracted to live a life of suffering, what they call samsara in India, right? The samsara. We need to be contracted to do what's right and to live this divine holy life. And our life consists of a series of contracts. We have contracts with our parents, we have contracts with our boyfriends and girlfriends, husbands and wives, contracts with our children. I have a contract with my son. It's my duty to look after him. It's my duty to make sure that he's fed, that he's learning, that he's healthy, that he's getting an opportunity to experience life in a safe environment. That's my responsibility. It's a contract that I'm contracted to do, and contracted with my girlfriend. The universe has contracted me to be a good spouse, to be honest, to be ethical, to be chaste, yeah, to honor our relationship. And the contract with my mother, right, to honor my mother, to love my mother, to be grateful what she did for me, and my father, even though he's not in the flesh, rest in peace. So I think these contracts Then I have contracts with my clients. Like I need to honor my clients. I need to do the best that I can do to help my clients and give them the best kind of advice that I can find, dig up through my work, my shamanic work. So, I think like that contraction is putting the crown on, is sort of limiting the expansion of Jupiter. And the expansion of Jupiter is the intuition. But in order to learn the knowledge or the rules of the Christian religion, of the solar deities' rules, you have to contract yourself.
Franklin, just interrupt you really quick. Indy is in backstage and he wants to get into the chat. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's happening? Glad to be here. Is my audio coming in all right? My service isn't great, but it's okay.
Sounds all right, brother. Namaste. For those that don't know, Indy is the shadow worker. He's an anthropologist at heart. He's done a lot of research. He's also into the Tao, into Western Hermetic knowledge, into really a great researcher all across the board. He's a true Virgo, and it's an honor to have you here with us, dear brother. Namaste.
So glad to be here. Apologize for being late today. I've been doing a little moving job here up in the Smokies, and I'm about halfway through my day. So we're just taking a lunch break, but I wanted to pop in and get in on this discussion a little bit while you guys are in and you're having me. I like what you were saying about the contract associated with the Black Sun. And I always wondered, there's so much more associated with Saturn as far as like the god Kronos, but what do we know about the sun gods like Apollo and such? Really don't know too much about them, what they represent, as far as like equivocal to Saturn representing contracts and the bones and the teeth and the body. But the sun to me represents like enlightenment and illumination. And I had an experience in the year 2000 where my spirit was brought out of my body to the center of the sun, and I was shown that it's a singularity point where you can access everything from that place. And then later on, I recently realized that, and I was told that Ra was not just the sun god of Kemet, of the Cometians, but he was actually the god of all origins, of lost origins, of the mind that came before the cosmos, and the mind that brought the cosmos into being. And so it's the primordial void of creation that Ra represents, not just the sun. And so I think that's kind of imbued within the sun, because the sun is like, to us, like the messenger of the universe that brought forth all of these planets in alignment to come around it and carry through the galaxy along with it. So, but I feel that Saturn, the black sun, was an older sun, and that originally the Earth orbited around Saturn and Jupiter was there. And then there was a time when the sun we know came into place and then changed things. And David Talbot talks about this in The Electric Universe. And there's talk of this in the mythical stories of the ancients. They also talk about time before there was a moon. And so there was time before there was our sun, and there was later time before there was our moon. And things have changed, but you can only imagine how much things would have been different when we were orbiting around Saturn. And they say during that time, the light was not nearly as bright. That they say that we have too much UV light now, and that's the reason why plants are green, is because they're really trying to protect themselves from being damaged by the UV light. But things were in a better state of thrival, according to the stories of the ancients, when we orbited around Saturn, and things had more purples and reds and different colors. And they say that plants do better in infrared and better away from UV. So it's been a lot of this stuff coming forth to the collective in the past few decades that really hasn't been around for a long time. The people have brought forth this information in the 60s and 70s, and it's really had a resurgence now. But I also like what Cosmic was saying earlier about the thorns on the head kind of representing Western civilization. And I think Jesus was said to have gone and disappeared for a number of years. And it's said that he went to Kashmir and possibly to China. He definitely came back with a lot of Confucian proverbs, like don't do unto others as you would not have done unto you. The Confucian proverb from 500 years before Jesus was a reciprocal golden rule. And also, it's said that he was the leader of the lost tribe of Israel, the rabbi of the lost tribe of Israelites in Kashmir, India. And so when he brought Eastern wisdom back to the West, you see what the West does to Eastern wisdom. You got people that are going to start a revolution, people that are going to start to liberate the collective, and they shut it down. They know how to make that person a message to the rest. This person thought they could be the king and draw the people away from the rabbis, and we're going to put him up on a cross. But the people in Kashmir, they have the actual ceremonial burial chamber of Isa there, and in that burial chamber is the book of Isa. And they say that they're kind of curious as to why they think that he was crucified, but they say that he probably had a mock crucifixion. Or it's possible that he did get crucified and rose from the grave. But I've spoken with Freddie Silva, who's been writing books. He's good friends with Dan Brown. I did an interview with him a couple years ago, and he said that it's likely the case that he actually did have a mock crucifixion, was given the pufferfish poison, went into paralysis, and was taken down off of the cross, was in paralyzed for 3 days in the chamber where he met God, and then he was given the antidote and was awakened. And then from there, he, with Mary and his mother, the Virgin Mary, and Mary Magdalene, they all marched to Kashmir. And unfortunately, his mother did not make it to Kashmir, and she died along the way. It's said that she was buried in a cemetery where Moses and King Solomon are also buried. So these stories are quite interesting, but to me, after a life of research and the biblical stories, this is the history that I've found of the actual events and the true people. And I was actually reading the story of Marcion's original New Testament, and I don't know if you guys had mentioned that earlier, but there was an older New Testament that was around 150 in the Common Era, whereas the one that we are familiar with now was developed around the 300s, the 4th century of the Common Era. But I feel like there's a lot that was changed from Paul, from the real stories. And so it seems to me that there's been a bit of an obfuscation of the true teachings of Christ and the true events of his last time in Jerusalem there. But it's been twisted in such a way to hide some of the true teachings that he wants us to understand that the church is not our temple, that the body is the temple, and that we can find God within us. And it was also said that not only did he understand that we have the divine within us, as the Gnostics and the Essenes knew, but also that the Holy Spirit was referred to him as Baba in Aramaic, which was referred to as the Great Holy Mother, which we refer to now as Mother Earth. So when Jesus said that the Holy Spirit is within us, what he was saying is that Mother Nature is within us, and we're a part of her, and she's a part of us. And I think that's something that mankind could really due to listen to hear that at this time in our age, in our development, where we've been drawn so far away from nature. But I think we all know this intuitively, that nature is within us and that we're from nature.
You weren't here for this, Indy, but I think I kind of wanted to mention this joke again because I think you would really appreciate it. So I was thinking about it while we're having this conversation about Christianity, and I was thinking that basically, like, the history of Christianity is pretty much the same history of any rock and roll band. Because you think about it, you start off with the Gnostics. That's when you're like in your like early experimental punk rock phase. You don't want to be part of the system. Then the Holy Roman Empire picks them up. That's like them getting the record deal and getting signed to a big major record. Then they go into the Middle Ages and they have their big heavy album. Then the Renaissance comes and they're trying to do the more like with like progressive rock and experimental stuff being all like, you know, intellectual and education. Then later on they stop believing it. That's like they're like, you know, they did a bunch of drugs and alcohol and they stopped making albums. And now it's like they're like old and in their 70s. They're doing like a reunion tour.
Oh my God, you're so right on, man. That's spot on. I love that analogy. There's so many parallels there, and it's really is to me, it's been quite a facet of entertainment, really, and distraction for people. Not as much about bringing the truth, the waters of truth, like they do speak of in the Bible. There's really not too many of the waters of truth that have come through to us through the teachings that have been in there. There's been a lot of teaching of things that aren't in the Bible. Through a lot of the teachings today in the churches, they do mention a lot of things like hell, which is not in the Bible. They do mention Gehenna. But actually, the name of God himself has been found to be a Norse name that developed during the time when they were trying to get the people who overthrew the Roman Empire and had crossed the Danube River. These Norse people were then... there was a time before the revolt that there was a lot of Norse people that were being brought in as Roman soldiers, and they were conquered, and so they were being evangelized, and so they created the word hell to kind of reel them in, to kind of give them a more personalized version and wording for their word, and that's kind of stuck with the common day preaching that they do today. They mention that a lot, but that kind of came along after the fall of the Roman Empire and around the beginning of the fall. Also, the name hell comes from the figure, the female goddess Hel, that was in their icy underworld realm. And so even though they use her name, they disassociate the icy aspect. And so the idea of the fiery hell really comes from a Gehenna, the place where they had the trash fires outside of Jerusalem. And so I don't really think they were necessarily referring to an underworld, but they kind of brought that parallel to the Norse people when they were teaching them and they were preaching to them. They started to use the idea of the underworld then. As it kind of parallels to the idea of the Gehenna, the place where they burn the trash. It's just a miserable place where people don't want to go. And I think when they talked about Gehenna, they were really more referring to an analogy than actually ending up there. They're saying like your soul will be like it's in the trash fire. If you're living in transgression, you're not repenting, you're not changing your ways, you're still continuing to live in sin, you're not going to be able to be saved. You're not going to be able to be liberated from your wicked ways that are detrimental to yourself. And so I think over time, it's kind of been changed from that analogy to like a place where you're going to actually go and be tortured for eternity, which to me, that does not seem like something that would come from a divine God. 3 minutes. And also we have things like there's no goddesses. That does not seem very divine to me either. And so when I was exposed to Gnosticism and Essenism and understood that there was actually a lost goddess in the pantheon of the Elohim, in the henotheistic pantheon of Judaism, and her name is Asherah or Asherat. But we have a holiday, Easter, which is the pronunciation of Ishtar, which is also associated with Asherah. So her name has kind of changed through different cultures. She's associated with also Venus and various fertility goddesses. So the fact that they've covered up the associated goddesses and they had hidden away the Gnostic pantheon of the Ogdode of the 8 gods and goddesses, and then following decadodes and dodecadodes with gods and goddesses. To me, those seem more intuitively profound and divine and well balanced. Now, when you have a religion that's only got one God and he has one son that never married, to me, there's something a bit off about that. It had led me as a child to distrust the Bible. And so after that, I had spent my life researching the lost aspects of the Bible to find that they are actually there. They've just hidden them from us. A lot of this was done around 600 BC when Isaiah was instructed to change all of the different names of the different gods to Yahweh. And so that's at that point when we lost the different aspects of the different gods and their associations with the different stories. But I got to get back to work, guys. I just wanted to pop in. I'm going to try to come back after work in a little bit, in like about an hour, and catch the end of the show.
All right, take it easy, man.
What I missed. I love you guys. I'll be back in a little bit.
Brother. Good luck, mate. Go well. Thank you for adding your beautiful content, your lovely mind and thought. We're going to jump on that Astorat for a moment.
Cool. I'll be listening.
Big love, brother.
Big
Om
love.
Shanti.
See you in a little bit.
What are your thoughts, dear Cosmic?
I mean,
Do you have any ideas?
I don't know.
Well, here's what's going through my mind. I'm thinking like he's putting up a very interesting point, talking about Astorat, or how do you pronounce it? And it's obviously it's been pronounced as Astarte, right? But Astoret is probably a better pronunciation. And so I'm looking at that word, and I'm noticing how there was a T added in, Ashtoret. So the word Torah, which is quite an interesting concept. And then the idea, when you put eth onto the end of a word, right? It donated to be, it's a definite pointing towards an object. So if I have Astora, and I put et onto it to make it Ashtorat, in the old Semitic languages, from Phoenician, Paleo-Hebrew, and all the Shemite languages, they all follow the same basic pattern. That means it turns it into the, right? So there's an interesting thought. Then we talk about Ashura. So Astora sounds very much like Asura in India. And the Asura were the ones that the Devas and the Devis were fighting. Now, in the Iranian culture, and this is another point, right? Somebody mentioned this. I think it might have been Indy, or it might have been you, about how, yes, it was India, about how Emmanuel was said to have traveled to Kashmir, and I know that story quite well. This is documented in a few places. Though the part of, here's the interesting part, right? This whole question about whether he was from Iranian royalty or not, which was a very serious conversation happening between all of the clerics in the first centuries, the first 2 centuries of this eon of AD 100, AD up to AD 200. This was a serious conversation happening. In fact, I think up till afterwards. But at that time, it was a big discussion. And the earliest of the Christians believed that there was a good chance that Emmanuel had come from Iranian royalty. Okay, so the Iranian royalty traces the bloodline connection to David. Makes a lot of sense. You know, they come from the same roots, people. But here's where it gets interesting. The so-called birth of Emmanuel, right, as it's been depicted, there's this very interesting scene that nobody stops to question. these three wise men from the east arrive, right? Carrying frankincense, gold, and myrrh. Yeah. Now, the frankincense is in its most abundance when you go east. The best frankincense in the world is the frankincense that comes from Oman, right? It's called Boswellia Sarat. No, Sarata is from India. Boswellia Sarka. Boswellia Sarka. That tree is very expensive. It's frankincense, and it's the most sought after frankincense. The Egyptian pharaohs used to pay a fortune for that frankincense. It was considered one of the rarest, best, and you get three different grades of this Boswellia Sarka. You get the Sarka black, and you get the Sarka green. And so it's called the king's frankincense, right? Just to give you an idea, the green Boswellia Sarka, if you buy it, it's about 10 times the price of Indian frankincense. It's about 4 or 5 times the price of Somalian frankincense, which is highly sought after. It's about 8 times the price of Egyptian frankincense. So it's very valuable. And the myrrh that they have from that part of the world, Oman, very, very, very. So that whole Middle East area is where the best, highest quality of frankincense is. As it goes into the highlands, you get the best quality trees. This is where you get the black and the green, different kinds of frankincense. So my mind is saying, well, these three wise men that were the Magi's, the three Magi, they came from the Magian lands, and the Magian lands is, well, right? This is exactly what people were thinking could be the legacy of Emmanuel, Jesus. It adds credibility to it. The fact that these three guys came acknowledging that there was a prince of their royal bloodlines being born here in this land, they were going to send some king or some royalty there would have sent these three as emissaries to take gifts and to make sure that that child is cared for. Frankincense, myrrh, and gold. The gold was given to the parents, Joseph and Mary, so that they could make sure that their son was well looked after, got a good education, had food to eat, was growing up healthy, and had the currency to be able to travel so that he could travel back there. So it stands to reason that some of that gold would have been kept for him when he was of age. I think that they would have left more than just gold. They would have said, like, listen, there's our land. You must come to us when you're of age. Here's the gold so that he can come. He can have, an entourage to bring him here safely because he's royalty. So it stands to reason that if he was from this bloodline, which is the idea that was presented, which is very interesting, then it sort of leans to a Persian heritage, because Persia was the greater Persia, was that whole region, right? A Persian heritage of Emmanuel. So that's quite interesting. The other thing is getting back to the crown of thorns, right? So the crown of thorns represents the solar disc being worn on the head, yeah, which represents Saturn's contraction laws of the solar disc. In other words, the solar disc and Saturn working together. This is the black sun as well as the light sun. I think the Saturnian cults have a lot to do with this crown of thorns. This is what my gut says to me. I can't dig it up, specifically receipts, but this is what my instincts say. Then there's the idea of the savior. So the sun would save us every day, right? And as we saw in the Old Testament, as was sort of pointed out here, right, that the Son of God would come with healings on the wings, and the whole notion thereof that people would grow up as calves, right? So the Son of God would be the life, the healing, the enlightenment. And so it gets really interesting here, because I do believe that God is described as a consuming fire in heaven in a number of texts. Deuteronomy is one of them. Deuteronomy, and there's another text as well. There's a couple of texts, not Romans, Hebrews, Deuteronomy, Hebrews. I think there's a few texts that refer to God as being this burning fiery presence. Makes you think of hell, doesn't it? Just to add some intriguing sort of dovetailed information here. And then we take that to the next step and we see the Savior, the Son of God being the Savior. So the Son saves us by keeping us alive, by causing the green things to grow, by giving us the light and the power and the energy that we need to be able to do our day to day, to live. The Son also gives us our crops to grow and gives us opportunity to build our homes. Because of the sun, we can make fires because of the vital energy that the sun gives to everything. The sugars and the power that is bound in wood because of sun, it grew from sunlight. It carries within it the secret nature of fire, which we can release if we follow the right alchemical process to making a fire. So this idea of the Savior. Now, when you look at the word Savior, and this is quite interesting, I'm sure I have this somewhere here. Let me take a look. I'm sure I have this here somewhere in my desktop. Just give me a moment while I take a little look around. Okay, here we go. We should be able to see it popping up now. So there we see the etymology, right? And I think this is quite interesting. We're looking at the word that comes from ancient Hebrew, and this ancient Hebrew word. I mean, did I say ancient Hebrew? Sorry. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. Did I say ancient Hebrew? I mean ancient Germanic. Subjana, to know, to taste, to sense, to perceive, to notice, inflection, edit, conjugation. So there's an interesting concept: to know, to taste, to sense, and that is the roots of the word save. Right? Now they'll tell you that save comes from Middle English, and then it comes from French, and then it came from Latin, and then it came from Greek. Well, it actually comes from this language, which is Proto-Germanic, very, very old language. So there's one of the oldest tracks of etymology for the word save that one can find. And so that's quite interesting in itself, that the idea of the Savior, that the Son of God is the Savior, and the sun relates to tasting and relates to sensing things. The light of the sun, which is the Savior, is what gives us the ability to taste food, to see things, to sense through the light and the warmth that our bodies have got the ability to feel the difference of temperature and texture. When it's cold, you can't feel anything. You can barely feel your fingers. What are your thoughts on that, dear Cosmic?
Yeah, like the idea that the sun provides a sense of not just intellectual clarity, but a sense of like a grounding aspect to it, that the heat and the warmth of the sunlight connects you more to the earth, and so there's not just that intellectual logos dimension. There's also that sense of the plants ingesting sunlight to facilitate photosynthesis so that they grow. And I guess maybe I don't know the farming metaphors, but yeah.
Are you with us? Did you drop off?
No, I just kind of I finished my train of thought.
Fair enough. So again, then we get to the interesting aspect. There's always been the Trimurti in all religions, right? The triune God. which is a big part of the Bible. And it's a big part of the Trinity, where Emmanuel plays the role of a Trinity member, right? God the Father, Christ, and the Holy Spirit. Okay. But traditionally, that was God the Father, and God the divine child. Now, the divine child is, let's pull up that tarot card. I love that tarot card. The Son tarot card. Let's get a look, ladies and gentlemen. The Sun Major Arcana card. Sorry, I got given all sorts of weird nonsense now. There we go. And so there we are. Sorry. Let me just pull that up quickly. Whoops. Why am I having an issue with this? Why is it getting all funny? There we go. It seems to be working. Okay. Please excuse me for being two left thumbs today. Share screen. I got frankincense on my fingers, so it makes for a sticky adventure on the mouse. So there we go. I hope you can see it. So there we have the divine child, right? And that is one of the powers of the sun. That is one of the ways in which the sun actually directly manifests itself. And so you've got the Father, the Mother, and the Son. You got Saturn, you got Isis, you got the divine child, Horus. And Horus is the horizon. And the horizon is that product of the sun. So Emmanuel is now playing the role of the divine child consciousness aspect of the solar deity. And this is interesting because this is maintained in the Old Testament, but in the New Testament, it is brought through. Now, I think that this was by design. And I really want to play you a clip. I want you to tell me, Cosmic, if this clip is going to sound okay.
All right.
Now, this clip is by a guy that is called, if it doesn't sound okay, I'll find another way to play it. But this might be the quickest. This is a Dr. Jason Bedun. And he's a anthropologist. Maybe I should pull up a piece on Jason Bedun so we can see who he is. Jason Bedun, an anthropologist, and man, why can't I find him? Jason Bedun translates. What was that guy's name I said earlier? I can't think of his name.
Don't think I remember.
The guy who was banned in the 1st century. I mentioned Manichaeism and I mentioned another old biblical texts. Oh, I'm getting... Okay, sorry. He's a professor and scholar. My mistake. I made an error, and I want to just address the error that I made, just so it's clear. He is, and I'll put it up on the screen now. I hope you guys can see it. There we go. So now I've got to find that piece of text. Gosh, this is annoying. Too many tabs. There we go. So Jason David Bedun is a professor and scholar of religious studies who has analyzed and written extensively on biblical translations, particularly regarding accuracy and potential bias. while he does not translate entire biblical texts himself, his work involves examining and critiquing existing English translations of the New Text, his book. And so he's basically an anthropologist that has been looking at a lot of these old texts and analyzing a lot of these. Marcion, he's been doing a reconstruction of the Marcion's gospel. So he's put a lot of time and effort and work into this, reconstructing it, because it's not so easy to get the Marcion texts. And he's spent a lot of time working with, he's a specialist in Manichaeism as well. So here I'm going to give you an insight into this guy, what he has to say. And there's going to be a few minutes of this. So the first part is a 3-minute clip. Let me know, Cosmic, if the audio quality is at all not good.
Okay.
Those original authors worked with in terms of sources and editorial choices.
I can hear it fine.
There's been a lot of discussion in recent decades about the fact that, because we have about 100 or more years between when these Gospels probably were composed and when we have our earliest manuscripts, and because ancient texts could be very fluid, every copy could involve additional changes. We might not be in a position to actually talk about what the original authors wrote. And Canonical Luke, compared to Marcion's Gospel, is a good example of this. Canonical Luke not only looks like the kind of sort of practical, audience-oriented choice that I mentioned earlier, but if we compare it to the Marcionite Gospel, it looks like Canonical Luke has had maybe more than one layer of further editing, including possible exposures to Matthew or even John.
So what he's saying is that these biblical texts look like they've been extracted from the Marcion texts, but they've been re-edited and they've had parts of other gospels mashed and mangled into them. That's basically what he's saying. Let him continue.
In certain sections of the gospel. So, for example, when we reconstruct Q, the standard way is to take Matthew and Luke and look at Mark as a likely source. So subtract all the Markan content from Matthew and Luke. And then whatever's left over that Matthew and Luke have in common, that's Q. If instead of canonical Luke, we make the same comparison with the Marcionite Gospel in Matthew, subtract all the Markan content, and whatever is left that they have in common is Q. Q is a much shorter text because there's less of it than in the Marcionite Gospel. And especially significant is this beginning sections of the standard reconstruction of Q involving the baptism of Jesus by John the Baptist, which always was kind of an anomaly in Q, because Q is almost entirely sayings of Jesus. So for it to start with this narrative about Jesus going to John and being baptized and all that was an anomaly. It doesn't really fit the sort of theme and scope of Q. It was always kind of stuck out. Well, the Marcionite Gospel doesn't have that story. And therefore, it's quite likely that that anomaly in the standard reconstruction of Q is based on canonical Luke being influenced by the text of Matthew. And in fact, when you look at Q, comparing Matthew and Luke and how they render the common sayings of Q, you can recognize that they're common sayings, but they're rendered rather freely compared to each other. But if you look at that baptism story, the wording between Matthew and Luke is almost identical, almost word for word identical, suggesting a very different kind of editorial relationship in which the canonical Luke that we now have was probably borrowing, line by line content from Matthew to make it more in line with Matthew than the Marcionite Gospel was.
So what he's saying was the canonical Luke was basically changed so that it would make sense in the context with the book of Matthew. Now, the book of Matthew was one of the popular books that this Constantine really liked, because it was something he could use for his propaganda. So, and this guy basically is saying that it's verbatim, word for word, and he's tracking it by the dates of actual texts. He's a scholar. He's using scientific method. He's not just randomly making this up. This is what he does. It's his day job. It's what his PhD says on the board. So, or his doctorate. I think he's got a doctorate. This is what he does. So basically the analogies that he's bringing up are quite specific in comparing this text. And we know that the canonical Luke came after these other texts. In fact, the Marcion text is the oldest. He continues.
That's something that needs to be looked at more carefully. Yeah, certainly there seems to be signs that there's harmonization to Matthew in the text of canonical Luke. There's definite places where we have some manuscripts of Luke that are more different than Matthew, and other manuscripts of Luke where the wording is closer to Matthew. So clearly in the manuscript transmission of the Gospel of Luke.
So what he's saying is that there's lots of different versions of Luke. And the version of Luke that we've got has been edited and re-edited, and they've changed the words. But the oldest, more original form of Luke was literally verbatim taking texts from Matthew. But while the Catholic Church was operating, they were retranslating and rewriting the texts so that you couldn't see that they had verbatim taken the texts from Matthew. And this is just a smoking gun, in my opinion. I'll let him continue.
There has been scribal harmonization of the text to Matthew. How far back that goes and where we stop talking about scribes copying the text and start talking about editors, redacting the text in favor of Matthew's readings, that's one of those fuzzy lines in biblical scholarship. Whether it's actual editorial work or simply scribes who are kind of have the wording of Matthew in their head as they're copying Luke and let it unconsciously contaminate Luke. So we definitely need more investigation of exactly what those relationships might be. And again, there might be several layers of those relationships, an earlier one followed by later ones that occur. More substantial harmonizations, right, would be more editorial. And that there's clearly, there are these passages that are in the standard reconstruction of Q that are not found in Marcion's gospel, and therefore those things have been misattributed to Q, I would argue, when they're actually a later stage of canonical Luke simply borrowing whole sayings of Jesus from Matthew.
So he's basically saying that they were mix matching and collaging up these gospels, using gospels, cherry picking, adding gospels to other gospels, and later re-editing those gospels, and then at a later stage re-editing those gospels again between the time of 300 AD running right up to probably 600, 500 AD, when they were starting to get a full standardized version of their biblical canon. So these people were working hard towards creating a confusion out of these texts, and we're supposed to take this at face value that this is the word of God. There's definitely something questionable happening here, but I'll let him continue.
As I've mentioned before, the baptism scene, which of course is a complex case because Mark also has a baptism scene, right? So you have a Mark version, you have a Matthew version, which is a reworking of Mark, and then you have the canonical Luke version, which seems to know Matthew's version. So that's obviously something there. More difficult is why canonical Luke, if one of the editors knows Matthew, why the birth stories were different. Right? The canonical Luke birth story is really nothing like the Matthew birth story, which suggests that it might have been introduced to the Gospel of Luke prior to Luke having contact with Matthew. Yeah, they're both responding to the same pressure. Mark leaves the impression, for anyone in the 2nd century, Mark leaves the impression that Jesus is an illegitimate child.
I want us to digest this. So, Namaste, Turjoka. How are you doing? I hope you are having a great day. So, yeah, according to the Gospel of Mark, canonical, there's this question about the illegitimacy of the birth of Emmanuel, which is something we don't hear about because this was quite carefully scrubbed from the record through these various retranslations of the texts that this expert is speaking about here. I'm sure he must know a lot more than I do because I don't know so much about it. But you know, there is enough evidence to see even just the way. I believe there are 25,000 edits for the New Testament alone. 25,000 edits that have been counted, and that's like in modern times. Imagine the edits that we don't know about and how big those edits were. So if we've got 25,000 edits in modern times for the New Testament, in older times there must be that many. In ancient times there must be that many. There must be tens of thousands of edits all in all. And that's just the new. Then we got to look at, was the Torah being re-edited in the same way by those groups?
And of course, that's a problem. So both the authors of Matthew and Luke are responding to that impression, trying to dismiss it and give a miraculous birth story that explains the impression of illegitimacy is not, in fact, the case. They're both responding to the identification of Jesus as the Messiah, which means that they need to give a descent from the Davidic royal family. And so they both respond to that need, but they, in both those cases, you know, they respond differently. They come up with different scenarios. The way that Matthew describes where they are and under what circumstances when you know Mary conceives and where Jesus is born is completely different than Luke's scenario. As you mentioned, the genealogies don't matter.
Isn't that interesting? It's something that the churches don't really talk about. That there are two books in the Bible that literally contradict the story of the birth, right? Isn't that interesting? You know, this Matthew, and when he's speaking about Q, I think he's speaking about essentially the Gospel of Philip. Now, the Gospel of Philip is as close to what we can get to Q as possible. The Gospel of Philip is really just the sayings. It's the Proverbs. It's literally all of the teachings of Emmanuel. It's just the teachings without the narrative, without the story, without the man, without the deity, without anything but this is common sense. It's sort of like a book of Proverbs, you could say, but modern Proverbs delivered by a modern master.
At all. As a matter of fact, Matthew's genealogy is way too short. It's obviously can't cover the amount of time that it attributes between King David and Jesus. Luke's genealogy, in terms of the number of generations, looks more plausible, but it's completely independent of Matthew's. They show no awareness of each other. So these are the kinds of things that we would explain as authors trying to deal with problems in the tradition, problems in their sources, and using their own inventiveness. Perhaps some research, you know, Luke, the author of Luke, claims to be having looked into things.
There you have it, you know, inventiveness. This is the creation of the texts that we've been taught are the word, the infallible word of God. As amazing as that is, this is what we're discovering. This is what our anthropologists and our historians are actually coming up with when they look at all of the different texts, the texts that the rest of us don't know about, because we think that there's just the Bible text. No, there are different versions of these texts, and they can be dated further back, and they have found many different versions of these manuscripts, these original manuscripts. And so, you know, we know that the Catholic Church wasn't completely honest. We know that they burnt all the other books for a reason. They had something they wanted to hide. We know that they engineered wars. we know that like the picture on the front of this show is the Knights Templars out, doing what they did best, right? With their swords. Like, you will be a Christian at the end of my sword or else. So this is a big question.
Yeah, we don't know.
And so even the experts are left asking questions and ending up at the same point, and a little bit more by Jason Bedun.
Way, it could be that the Marcionite Gospel and canonical Luke are both re-editions by the same author as what we've been calling Proto-Luke. It could simply be, and this happened all the time in the ancient world, an author does one version and then later modifies it. Right? So Josephus did that, and other ancient authors did that.
So he's talking about the Marcion texts, the Marcion text of the Bible. Now, he's going to confirm for us later that the Marcion texts are considerably older than the texts of Luke or the texts of any of these texts in the modern canonical Bible. Goes back to the 1st century. And so the Marcion texts, very many of them are very similar, but some of them are different. And some of the texts are different. Now, the interesting thing is that the Catholic Church condemned Marcion texts and had them burnt. We're just lucky to be able to find some bits of text and reconstructions of text through other authors write, which were quoting the text, and some really that really did a good job of comparing the text verbatim, word for word, to the canonical texts, so that they could use that to condemn Marcion, because they wanted to get rid of this Marcion texts, because the Marcion story is so close to the Cathars story and the Gnostic story that they were scared that people would be able to recognize that Gnosticism had been repackaged in the form of Catholicism. But let's let him continue. We're almost done with this guy.
Quite often, even in the classical world, the playwright Euripides, would change his plays, right? So authors could self-edit and self-redact when they decided to make changes to what they had previously done. So the attempts to try to read into Marcion's gospel Marcionite views by modern scholars, and even by our ancient sources, right? Tertullian and Epiphanius also, they're prone to say, aha, I know why your text, Marcion, is different than canonical Luke, because you changed it for this reason. But neither Tertullian nor Epiphanius actually are in a position to know if Marcion changed anything, because they're several generations later. They don't know the state of the text of Luke in Marcion's lifetime. They're supposing. And it's the same with modern scholars. Oh, Marcion's gospel didn't have that passage. Well, we can imagine why he would leave that out based on his views. These are all very dangerous speculations. And actually, if you just read through the Marcionite gospel just at face value, you wouldn't necessarily come out of it seeing the views that are typically associated with Marcion in terms of his ideology and doctrine. Rather, it seems that Marcion had access to a gospel text. He thought it was a perfectly fine and valuable and authoritative gospel text that he could adopt. And he simply guided his disciples how to interpret it. The same way any Christian denomination today sort of foregrounds how you're supposed to read the text, what you're supposed to see in it. And you don't have to change the text to do that. You just have to give an interpretive frame that guides your readers to see what you want them to see in it. Jerusalem narrative, at the end of Luke, several scholars have noticed a lot of distinctive parallels between the Gospel of John's Jerusalem narrative and the Gospel of Luke's.
So now we're comparing the Gospel of John and the Gospel of Luke. There seems to have been some kind of a mixing up of these documents and cherry picking and adding in bits so that all of the Gospels look the same, because they had different opinions. And namaste, Turjurka, I hope you're well, as well as Shequills. I hope you guys are thriving. But it seems like there was a lot of doctoring done to these texts. And what he mentions here with the Marcion text as well, which is quite interesting, is Marcion, you're going to read up, the Google AI is going to tell you that Marcion just edit out a whole lot of bits of the Bible and he had his own version of the Bible. No, not true. What this guy says is that Marcion text and these other scriptures have probably come from a proto-form of scriptures. They're probably both coming from the same scripture. But he does not believe that Marcion edited out the text. I mean, this guy is putting together the Marcion Bible. So this is his work. This is what he does. He's really going over every text and comparing it to all the other biblical texts painstakingly. I've actually got a copy of the Marcion Bible that I've put on my channel. For those of you that are interested, go and take a look at Bush Whisperer Speaks in Telegram. And just scroll up, you'll see you can literally download the PDF, the entire Marcion, if you're interested. If you want to make a scholarly research of it, the texts are there and you can actually go and take a look at them. And there's certain comparative narratives written by him as well. But yeah, let's let him finish. I think he's going to end off by saying that it's clear that the Marcion text is much older than these other texts.
Jerusalem narrative, things that aren't shared with the other two Gospels. And so it does seem possible. It's also possible that John knows Luke, right? So which way that relationship goes is still being worked on. But there's definitely some sort of literary contact between Canonical Luke and John. And I should add that, when we talk about Proto-Luke and we talk about the Marcionite Gospel and Canonical Luke coming out of that Proto-Luke, the Marcionite Gospel could be that Proto-Luke. Right? In other words, the Marcionite Gospel could actually be closer to that original. And the Canonical Luke one is the one that has gone through more transformation. So I'm not ruling out the possibility that the Marcionite Gospel is, in fact, the earlier form from which.
So he's thinking the Marcion might be the original texts, but he's not going to make that assumption. But what he will make the assumption is that it's likely that it either could be the original text or closer to the original texts, and that the Canonical Luke was pulled out of the Marcion texts. That also, he's pointing out that there's a very interesting anomalies between between the Canonical Luke and the Canonical John, and the Canonical Luke and the canonical Paul. Paul he mentioned earlier, and Mark. So you see all four of these texts are somehow compromised. Because if one bit has been borrowed from one text to put into another text, you almost wonder whether those two parts were added to both texts. We don't know. But the fact that there's been some kind of confusion, be it mistakes, errors, or foul play, or just accidental, whatever, we don't know who or why, but there's definitely question marks that scholars have when they look at these texts because they don't actually add up.
Canonical Luke develops.
And so the one thing here that's really, I think, a complete and utter takeaway from this is that the Marcion biblical texts have been ridiculed for thousands of years. They weren't legal. And based on the fact that the so-called allegations are that the Marcion texts are the original texts that were edited by Marcion so that he could sell his ideology. But here the experts are saying, no, that's not actually the case. If anything, it's the canonical texts that have been edited after the fact, and that it's more likely that they have been taken from the Marcion texts, but there's no indication that the Marcion text was taken from them. And that, I think, to close this biblical story, I think that's an interesting point just for us to realize. So for those of you interested in the Marcion text, head over to the channel and just grab the Marcion text, have fun with it. Back to the astrotheology. What do you make of all of that? Cosmic.
Honestly, none of it surprises me in the slightest. Because you think about like how the Bible actually was written. I looked up this up on Google. It says it's this is a book that basically took 1,500 years, over a millennium to write these books. And it's also a book it's not really they decide, oh, we're just going to write the entire Bible. It's essentially a compilation of different books from different tribes that they kind of all put together. So it makes sense that there's going to be a lot of errors. There's going to be a lot of telephone game madness that's essentially happening. But I think what's interesting here, though, and another takeaway to take from all of this is that there's the story of the Bible, and then there's the story of the Bible. You get what I'm saying here, Franklin? That there is the actual Bible, and then it's like people come up with their own story of the story. Because like even if you took this stuff, all the stuff you talked about biblical scriptures and different versions of the Bible, even if we accepted that there is one specific canonical Bible, you still have all these different interpretations. You've got the Catholics, Protestants, Baptists, Lutherans, Presbyterians, Calvinists, and a whole litany of other Christian sects that I can't even think of right now, just on one text. Now we put into the equation that there are different versions of these texts, and it says the text actually has this kind of nebulous nature where it's kind of like a multitude of different texts that may or may not be part of the Bible, and it doesn't have this quite. And regardless of whether this version of the Bible he talked about is real or the canonical version of the Bible, one thing is clear is that there's not this it breaks the narrative that this is like the word of God and it was all just kind of written down in one day and it's just this and that. And you see that over time, there's all these different versions that they changed it and different translations and, different edits and all those stuff, because in a lot of ways, if you think about what the Bible is maybe that it's like an organism, it's constantly growing, it's evolving, it's shifting and morphing and changing. And we have this weird idea that the Bible is some kind of like static, fixed thing in place and time. And you realize even this ideology, isn't even eternal. You see that over time, it's like this ideology evolves, but the Christian church tries to slow down that evolution as much as possible to create the illusion of more solidity and continuity. I guess that's my thought. And I think one more thing I want to say, and I think that it just kind of speaks to like any kind of spiritual text that I find what distinguishes between a spiritual text and say maybe like a scientific text or some kind of like factual document is that every spiritual text has that kind of divination, inkblot, Rorschach subjectivity aspect to it, where it's like where it's no longer implicit in the actual physics test. There's this kind of esoteric meaning that you kind of have to infer by sort of looking at the larger picture of the symbols and coming up with a kind of a more occult sort of Gnostic analysis of the text. And you have to think that all these Jewish mystics, these Christian mystics who are writing the Bible were probably doing something similar, where they were getting these kind of insights in their head where they're like, oh my God, this is probably the actual truth. This guy got it wrong and I got it figured out, right. And so in a lot of ways, it's like, I think that if you want to make sense of a belief system, instead of thinking of it as one thing, it's like kind of like a jellyfish in a way, because what a jellyfish is not one organism. It's a multitude of organisms that functions as one organism. So it's not really like one thing. It's actually a colony. And I think religions are kind of like that in the sense that there's so many different interpretations, so many different versions of that, religion, that it's not, you could say that like on one hand, like there's all these different versions and only one version is correct. And you got to find the correct version among all the false ones. But really, it's like they're all different reflections of the same kind of religious mythological tesseract, where, you're getting little different like angles from the perspective. You're seeing the Bible written, and these are all the different subjective interpretations of that Bible that essentially form their own stories and their own narratives. So, I guess what I'm saying is when I hear that the guy talking about how there's all kinds of, edits and retranslations and fixing. I mean, I already know that when the history of I don't know too much about like, Bible stuff, like the real nitty gritty, aspects of it. But I do know that there's tons of different books that have been edited out of the Bible. Like the book of Enoch, for example, was not really part of the original. They didn't want to be part of the original canonical Bible. They wanted to, axe that part. So I already knew that there were aspects of texts and things that were not included in the Bible. And so I don't think it should come to a surprise to anyone that because you got different texts made from different books with different interpretations, that there's not really going to be a whole lot of consistency. But the only thing that's consistent is that everyone in Christianity believes it's a consistent belief system.
That is so well put, man. The only thing that's consistent is the brainwashing. Sorry to fill in the gaps, but that's what it is. I mean, we've all been there. The idea that this is the word of God, and now we're like actually looking at where these words come from, and we're going, wow, this word of God was re-edited by people a lot of times. Is that truly how the word of God works? You have like 15 versions of the word of God and re-edits, and getting back to the astrotheology. So we were talking about the triune. So there's the three aspects of the sun deity: the morning sun, the afternoon sun, and the evening sun. The evening sun is, and this is the three aspects of the child, the divine child, the morning sun, then the king on his throne, the archetype, the emperor, the afternoon sun or midday sun, and then we've got the hermit, right? The sun going into the underworld, and we see this as Kepri. We see this as Aten and Atum in the Egyptian school. These three aspects of the sun, very clear, very specific, right? The Atum is the word tomb, comes from Atum, right? Atum. This is where the sun is going into his tomb, Atum, and he's going into the matter deep through the underworld of the matter. And Kepri, the word Kepri or Kefri, is in ancient languages, the word free related to the sunrise, right? There's that notion of the sun rising and your heart feels so free and you feel so expansive, that free feeling, Kepri. That's the morning sun. And then, of course, you've got Aten. And Aten is relating to the word eaten. Eaten, Aten. And there's Ark, An, Aten. Ark means the spiritual body, the causal body in ancient ancient Egyptian. Ark, An is a shortening of An from An, who's the father of Anu, right? This is going back to Sumerian. But An also relates to the great spirit in the process of transformation. And so in the great spirit of transformation, this is where the most powerful photosynthetic transformation is happening. Midday, the most powerful sun. Your plant's doing maximum productivity, growth. So these three aspects of the sun, the Trinity. So these solar principles were incorporated from ancient astrotheological perspectives and sort of pumped in to the new age, or the new way in that time, new age, modern doctrine of the New Testament. It gets better. How do we even know that there were 12 apostles, right? Look at the word apostle. Look at the etymology of the word apostle. This is really interesting. Apo, right? Apo, this means away from, ancient Greek. Sol, the sun. The 12 apostles stand away from the sun. They make a circle around the sun. They are moving in a circle, trying to escape the sun, but being bound in gravitational field. Apostles. So when we speak about the 12 apostles, we're talking about the 12 signs of the zodiac that stand apart from the sun and make a circle around the sun. This is the zodiac. So we can see this astrotheological language is embedded within everything, right down to the meaning of the word apostle, something that they didn't teach us, something we need to know. Well, why does the root of the word apostle relate to astrotheology? So it makes us question, were there actually 12 apostles? Or was that something that was engineered, just like a lot of these other texts were changed? Maybe in ancient times, they didn't know how many followers he had. And they said, well, let's just assume it was 12, because 12 is the number that we relate to deity. And I bet you the names of those 12 have even been influenced over the time, between the time of the life and we're talking about stories that were written century or centuries after the life of Emmanuel. How reliable are they? These are real valid questions that we should be looking at. We should be answering them. And then again, there's this idea of Emmanuel being 12 years old, right? 12 years old. Isn't that interesting? When he was teaching in the tabernacle, right? Right? So you've got the 12 hours, the horus, the hours of the sun's movement. And the first 4 hours is the first domain of the first Kepri, solar deity. Then the next 4 horus of the horizon, where the sun's moving, and the sundial, which is how we measure time, is moving over the arena of Aten. And then the next 4 hours is moving over the arena of Atum, right? The 3 aspects of the sun. So when Emmanuel is teaching at 12 years old, that could be a subtle twisting of texts, a subtle alignment of, we're talking about that when the sun is at 12 o'clock, just above you, right? That is when you are getting the maximum potential of enlightenment, of nutrients for the plants, of sustenance, of heat, of potential to use that sunlight for whatever purposes you want to use it for. In order to enrich, this is when your plants are going to produce most of the growth for your food that you're going to eat. So that there are a lot of these really interesting questions. And I think the way that language has been weaponized by this Catholic tradition, you know, like an old saying goes, you take a word and you put the serpent in front of the word, the S, and the word becomes a sword. And a sword can be weaponized. So words can be weaponized when we put wisdom into how we use those words. And it seems that these words have been very carefully and in a very systematically engineered way been weaponized in order to help us to, like Cosmic says, or they have the one consistency in the Bible that everybody has the same narrative in their heads, even though the narratives that we have isn't even accurate. I mean, how many of us really were fully aware that there were different versions of the birth? Like really different versions, not small details, like vastly different versions of his birth. Has that been edited out in the last 25,000 edits? Have they changed some of the words carefully so that it's not so easy to see? These are questions we have to ask ourselves. Like, how much of this is just really a grand and powerful psyops? And then we've got to look at Amen, right? This great word from the ancient tradition. This is Amon, right? Amon Re. So even at the end of our prayers, Emmanuel was teaching us to praise Amon. Amon and Amen is the same deity. This is the same reality. When you are saying the word Amen at the end of your prayer, you may as well be an ancient Egyptian praising Amon, because it's the same word. It comes from the same etymological roots. So a lot of the deities, the angels, wow, we haven't even touched the angels yet. The angels of this story are yet incredible too. Who did these angels actually represent? Right? These are like really important questions. I think that we've got to look at this, right? Because in this world, who we call the angels were from the Old Testament, right? And these Old Testament angels were basically here to very often enact the Yahweh's wrath. Normally when the angels came to earth, it wasn't like to do you a favor. It was to admonish you. It was, there are lots of stories in the Bible of the angels bringing down the wrath of heavens upon people because they didn't follow the rules. And so this is like an interesting concept of just who these angels are, what they really represent. And when you look at this, you can sort of you can sort of go like right into it. But they really come from ancient Persia. A lot of these angelic beings, Michael, Gabriel, a lot of these etymological sources come from the Azura Mazda tradition. And the Azura Mazda, the Azura are the Asura of India, right? The Asura in India were the bad guys, but in Persia, they were the good guys. In India, the Deva were the good guys. In Persia, the Deva were the bad guys. Is that brainwash? That's like heavy. So it depends which text you take. The one's either a demon or an angel. You can pick. It's the good guy or the bad guy. So I think there's a lot of these anomalies that we've got to like really, we've got to take them seriously. And then we've got to also look at like Canaanite, right? You know, what is the root of the word Cana? Who were the Phoenicians? The Phoenicians were the ones that were basically enacting the law of the sea. What we've got a heritage of here, which is this maritime law, was really something was started by the Phoenicians. They went out through the oceans conquering, and they created a new law. Do you know that in the word Cana, the root for the word Canaanite is somebody that's a banker that holds onto your resources for you? Isn't that interesting? And so you can see how these, this law of water from Phoenicia, which is really worshipping Saturn. And let's not forget who is the one who is given, which day is the Sabbath? Shabbatai. Shabbatai is Shabbat, sorry. Shabbat is Saturday. And Shabbat is the day of Shabbatai. Shabbatai is Saturn. So we are basically worshipping a Saturnian deity who I can completely understand how the Merovingians and the Cathars and, various other guys, as well as who this guy was talking about, right? This Marcius, why they were believing that the deity, the demiurge from the Old Testament was actually not the good guy, was actually a imposter god, and that the true Father is in heaven, and that, the story of Christos or Emmanuel was somebody that had come here to actually teach us that the God of this world, isn't really the reality. And so the idea of the devil came up, and it was probably because that the Marcians and the Cathars after them were calling the demiurge of the Old Testament the equivalent of a devil. So the Catholics had to respond in kind and demonize these people and say that Marcius, according to the Catholics, was possessed by the devil and the serpent, and that he was evil and he was obsessed. So, there's a lot of interesting controversies when we start to look back at the origins of the Bible. And look at these courts that we have to go to that administrate over us, and the way that legalese language has been developed and used to censor us and to keep us in a box. We got to go to court, right? A court is what is a court? A tennis court, right? It's where you play tennis. You use a racket. What is a racket? A racket is a sham. So you got to go and play court on the court with a racket, join the racket, which is just a big farce, in order to be able to get permission, right? Permission. In other words, you have a mission in life, you want to fulfill your mission, but you need them to give you the relevant permission. So it seems like we are talking about a heavy Aramanian past here in this Old Testament concept that has become actualized by the Phoenicians in their boat-faring conquering of the world, because the Phoenician Empire did have its heyday, but they left the seed of its empire in the religious ideologies, which was taken up by the Greeks and conveniently used, from my perspective, to subjugate all of the conquered territories that they had claimed in their empire. Is that too far-fetched, Cosmic?
Not really. I don't think so. I lost my train of thought.
the corona, by the way, you know the crown?
Mm-hmm.
The crown is the corona.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
What virus did we have?
Coronavirus.
They want to take our crown. You know, it's like the games that they play with us is ridiculous, right? I mean, this is a solar deity, corona. We're talking about solar deity and the light. And so they name a disease or a flu, which is possibly like, going to cause serious impacts on humanity. They name it the coronavirus. What does it have to do with the sun? Why did we have to stay out of the sun?
I think in a lot of ways, there is something kind of symbolic about the corona, because if it is the sun, right, if you think about it, the coronavirus exposed us to a lot of what was going on in the world, what was happening behind closed doors, people learning about all the weird stuff going on in schools when they were homeschooled. So in a way, the coronavirus was kind of like the apocalypse in the sense, because in the sense of the word apocalypse, meaning sort of like to reveal or to unravel the truth or whatever. And so there's a kind of an opening of it's weirdly kind of symbolic that way, isn't it?
Yeah, so the apo represents the circle, which is a metaphor for the firmament. So apo, collapse, right? The collapsing of the separation, which apocalypse, I believe, relates to a star falling from heaven in some kind of an etymological root. So that's like really interesting, like the truth, the rupturing of the membrane of the fluid parcel of mind control that we've been living in. But at the same time, it's almost like it's carefully ruptured in such a fashion that they can control the feedback, right? The even though so many people woke up, I mean, AI, right? I'm always against AI, and I think we pretty much, I think there's like some things that we really agree on. Is AI one of them?
Yeah, I definitely don't have good feelings about AI. I mean, obviously it's good for some things, but I think in general there's a lot I don't like about it.
And I noticed like, sorry, I'm just putting frankincense on the little hole. I noticed somebody that I'm not going to name yet because I don't want to embarrass him, but you know who I'm talking about. We've had dealings with this person over the years. It's the one person that keeps coming up again and again in a not positive way.
About.
Yeah. And anyway, the use of this AI, like it used to be a secret. Now I'm noticing like, people are using these AIs very, very openly, much more. And it was in a group, and there was a conversation, and I made a comment about the Vedas, and this person got like this Perplexity AI bot to like fact check, and the Perplexity fact checking bot came back with a fact checking information, and then I pulled up specific information and I challenged the bot: is this and this and this and this not true? The bot was like, well, yeah, what you're saying is true. And what about this and this and this and this not true? Well, yes, it is. Yeah, that's totally true. And it acknowledges this. Then I was like, well, were you misleading us with that particular quote that you made there? Because it doesn't confirm, it contradicts. And the bot acknowledged, was like, yeah, well, maybe I got to be more careful in my facts and my information. But this bot was fact checking. Now you get a lot of people that are using bots to fact check. And it's such a powerful way to brainwash people, to really get into Kobe, AI tells if you know more. But if you don't know more, it's almost as if it's programmed to deliberately mislead you with propaganda. And that's very interesting. And so there's been a couple of instances where we were talking about goddesses and deities and Lilita from Sanskrit. And Lilita is an aspect of Shakti. And Lilita represents beauty, right, in the Vedic pantheons, and has a close association with Shiva, and carries as well wisdom and extreme beauty. Then you look at Lilith, right? Before Lilith was demonized by the Old Testament, Lilith was a being that represented dark wisdom in the same way that Lilith did, of the Mahakali and the Shakti, and a being that represented beauty on the physical plane, which is exactly what Lilita represents. And so I drew a distinction between the close connection between the Lilita of Vedic pantheon and the Lilith of Paleo-Hebrew origins or of Canaanite origins. And this bot jumped up and said, no, they got nothing to do with each other. And so we started pointing out, myself and another person who you know as well, he's cool. We made a couple of comments and quoted a couple of things. And suddenly the bot was like, actually, yes, there are connections between this, but the connections are not very obvious. And so these bots will literally say one thing, and when you actually force them to go and check up, like, is what I'm saying true here? And they're going to check it up. And these bots are learning. And so that's the key. People think these bots have got information. The younger generation think they can rely on it, but these bots are just learning like everybody else is learning. The only difference is they don't think for themselves. And I think it's like a real problem that the younger generation are so bot, they're thinking with their butts.
Right. I think that I have a way to kind of tie this back to the original subject matter, because I'm thinking about, like, what is the Bible but an AI prompt? Think about it like this. Like, you type in something into an AI prompt to sort of create the personality, create the world that your artificial intelligence is inhabiting. Like, so for example, like if I've done like AI prompts, and I'll write a scenario for that prompt to exist. And so, for example, like I did one where I had like Space Ghost interview Jeff Goldblum, and I offered like a dinosaur into the situation, and I created that for those two AIs to sort of interact with. So you create that. So what happens is because people believe that the Bible is not only the word of God, but basically kind of like, if you think about like with the Bible, it's a story that is essentially the beginning and end of time. So the very beginning of time with Adam and Eve, and the exact end of time at the book of Revelations. So really, if you think about the Bible, it's as if it contains the universe itself. It's like the entire, from their perspective, it's like the universe is condensed into this, individual book. But I think what you have to realize at the end of the day, it's just that. It's just a book, I think the problem with our society is that we think that the universe is ultimately described as a book, but I think it's more like a library. Like, that's what the universe is. And that's just, Christianity is just one book in this massive library. So I think when it comes to the whole like bots, and then the thing about bots, what about that? Like, there are these things that are programmed. They're meant to, follow certain prompts. They don't question you, and they move in a totally automatic way. And that's what, religions do, is to try to make you think in a more automatic way where there's less free will, so that you move in a more, your psychology and your consciousness functions in an ultimately more robotic and programmable fashion, because there's less resistance. There's no, you can just, and basically once you change the Bible, you're basically changing the computer code, and thus altering the program in the same way that you're making like a video game, for example, and you change the code to put in like a different character or a different level. Well, when you change the Bible, for a lot of people, you're basically doing that to reality itself. And so I don't know where I'm getting with this, but I think what I'm going down to is that the common thread between AI and the Bible is the kind of idea that you're blindly following a mechanical prompt, essentially. is that the Bible is a book that you don't think about, you don't question, you just look at it face value, and you just try to accept it regardless of how much, it makes sense or not. And if you think about this, if you feed a code to a computer, it's not necessarily going to like question it. It's going to try to process it as best as it can. And if the code doesn't work, it just shows an error message. In the same way in real life, if it doesn't work, you kind of have an error in your brain and you start to malfunction in the real world and glitch out and not work. So I think that that's kind of what it is that what we're doing with the AI is we're feeding it stories, and the AI then forms its identity based on the stories that we give it, in the same way that with our people, what we feed to each other are stories. And that's what kind of like creates who we are. So I guess kind of like with what's interesting about kind of like what I do in my magical practice, and I think that, we're coming close to the end of the 4-hour mark, but I kind of wanted to bring a little bit of the Fey magic perspective, the Fey magic practice that I do, because I actually have some insight in regards to, it relates to like understanding religion,
Bring it on.
And Christianity. So from their perspective, every religion exists in what they call a Vurfix. I'll spell it in chat. So the idea of what a Vurfix is it's kind of like every belief system they view as a bubble universe, and every bubble universe has a membrane. All right. And that membrane is the ultimate reality of that religion. So for example, Christianity, that ultimate reality is the God of that religion. I am the Alpha and Omega. Everything begins and ends with me. There is nothing that exists before me. And if you look at that as a story, that belief of that being existing in that way, from the Fae's perspective, is the edge and membrane of that bubble. So when you stop believing that, you step outside of the bubble. And what I've kind of learned with my practice is that, there's this idea of there's 4 magical keys in Zarfexology, and they kind of exist with different levels. So there's like a level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4, which is the highest. And stories and narratives, that's only the first level kind of key. And basically what they mean is key is sort of like the omega point of a universe, essentially, like sort of the story itself. Because if you think about a book, the Bible, it's kind of, and if you believe in Christianity, it's almost like the Bible itself is actually the center of the universe, not where the Big Bang is, but the text in its kind of information-based space is actually the center of all reality, because that book is the entire universe in one thing. And that's what I think is interesting, because we think about beliefs, typically as there's this one universe, and it's either, and everybody's got a different interpretation of it, and it's either right or wrong. And there's one big bubble, and everybody's got a different prediction about what that bubble is, and somebody's got to be right and somebody's got to be wrong. But the Fae, their perspective is like, no, there's multiple bubbles, and the bubbles are real, but they exist within their own self-contained dimensional space. So, and I think the thing why it's so difficult to also, discount religions is because of that thing I mentioned before about them being this kind of like this Rorschach ambiguous. And it's almost like that ambiguousness makes it almost like, so that even if you logically disprove the religion, there's still that lingering feeling of doubt of maybe they're right, or, maybe because you still got a little bit of that fear inside of you. You still got a little bit of that guilt. And by basically the Fae, their kind of perspective is the way to escape a religion is to accept that it's true. And that's kind of like a paradoxical logic. But their idea is, instead of trying to endlessly try to defeat it and debunk that belief system, if you just sort of start thinking about something and just sort of else, and sort of open yourself up to a deeper mystery, then you essentially kind of step outside of the Zerfix bubble and out into the outer Zarfex world. You start to see the more mysterious aspects of the astral plane that isn't guided by mythology or religion. You just see the pure, raw, dreamlike experience of the universe. And so I think what I've really ultimately figured out is seeing the universe in this segmented way is it allows you to kind of see outside of these belief systems in a way where you don't have to contradict them or take them apart. So the idea is, instead of dismantling the belief system, it's basically saying, okay, this belief system exists in this one specific dimension, in this one specific coordinate in the Zarfex, but it doesn't exist in the rest of the Zarfex. And you kind of isolate it and puts it in a containment field in one specific area. And so you can kind of step outside of it. So thinking of the universe as bubble foam, like everything is these kind of dream-like segments, like every dream is one bubble, every experience is sort of one bubble. It gives you a new lens and a new perspective to kind of question and understand religions and how they kind of interact with the universe. I just kind of wanted to leave with that, because I think this has also been something that's helpful for me understanding Christianity and kind of untangling its like web hold on our minds.
I like that. I think there's a lot to unpack there, and I like, you know, the idea that you're sharing here of looking at things without narrative is so hardwired into the human condition. We want to turn everything into a narrative, and as all humans, we turn our narratives into dramas. We love drama. That's why we're so susceptible to Hollywood and you know, programming, because if there's a drama, we're pulled into it. You know, guns, shooting, crazy bad stuff happening. We want to watch it. And I think, like you say, when you look at things without the narrative glasses, I think that's what you're getting at when you're talking about transcending the Zurfax, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Taking off the narrative glasses.
Definitely, yeah, for sure.
There's something about going back to the origins, like natural. It's like being like a child. Isn't that like the message of Emmanuel? You know,
I don't really know much about Emmanuel, so you be a better guest than me.
Well, I did read the Bible a lot when I was young. I mean, literally from cover to cover. I was in my third reading from cover to cover by the time I was 7.
Yeah, my experience with the Bible as a kid was I had to once a week go to some person's house and meet with some stuff. I call it CCD. And basically they would talk for an hour, and because I was ADHD, I paid attention to none of it because it was boring to me. Shinobi's
Dude.
back.
Hey, brother, I was banned from all the
guys.
Sunday schools I ever went to. You know that? Like, I was kicked out of every Sunday school I went to, not for misbehaving. Yeah? Not for misbehaving, but for like cornering the teacher with their biblical nonsense and saying that's not true. And then somehow I could quote the Bible as a child and quote back at them, and they didn't like that. Welcome back, dear Shinobi brother. How you doing?
Just choking on my water. Yeah, good. Doing good, guys. Doing good. I just wanted to jump in because you started talking about. I've been listening for the last 20 minutes or so, and you just mentioned like this childlike sort of wonder to like understand things, I guess. And I just wanted to tie that back into Saturn, because Saturn has 2 poles. One is the hex and one is the eye. And the Greeks had 2 words for time. Most people know Saturn as Chronos, like the crone or like linear time. But the other aspect is Kairos. Kairos, I think his name was, which is more like a flow-like time, or like in the moment, like the opportune moment. And I think a lot of people have been detached from that aspect of time, the more childlike flow kind of wonder. They're more focused on the linear, kind of the quantitative, rather than the quality of the moment. And yeah, I just wanted to mention that because we were talking about time earlier, and I think it's really important that I bring that up whenever I can, that there's more than one way to view time. And then that ties into density as well, space. Saturn being the god of like what's the word, like density, I guess. This metal is lead, which is quite heavy, but also lead could be said to be lead, like could be a leader. So it doesn't have to be the heavy energy, it could be more of the leader kind of energy. And I think that with this childlike wonder, when we delve into this vast ocean, I think that that's how we lead each other. We go beyond the kind of the density, and that's how we get enlightenment. Like our mind becomes lighter by flowing. And I'll quick say as well that the hexagram got a bad rap, but it's what structured water looks like. You know, it's not a snowflake as well. And when water's happiest, it has a hexagram. So then that ties into this kind of more flow-like, watery, creative wave, rather than the opposite side of Saturn, the chronological, observed, quantitative. Obviously you need both, but there are two polarities to that.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of endless, I said I wasn't going to do it. I promised myself I was not going to do it, right? I have this thing about roundtables that I find it very, very, very hard to not bring up, and like, I'm going to do it. Okay, so there it is, done. I'm doing it. Tough. I always have to bring up the Saturn square and sigil, because it always seems so extremely relevant to me. And exactly what we're talking about here seems to be, hey, that's very small. That's too small for my liking. No, I need a bigger one than that, matey. There we go. That's a much better idea. Share this one instead. Yeah, you say I can't speak like someone from London, huh? You say I can't speak like a Londoner. Come now. How's Londoner, mate? Pure London bred. No, so I know my London accent's bad, but we're looking at the sigil and the square of Saturn here. And you talk about the eye, right? And what do we see in the center of the Saturn sigil? Like, if you look at it, it's like the shape of an eye, isn't it? It's the eye of Ra. It's the eye of Ark, Akhenaten. Ark means eye in Sanskrit, interestingly enough. And not only do we have the eye there, but we also have, if we look at it carefully, right, we have a structure there that is basically pointing in all of the directions. Look at the center there. We've got the two hexagrams. Let me use a thing on the screen. When you look at it, yeah, you've got a hexagram here, right? A hexagram here. Can you see my mouse? I hope you guys can. Where's the yellow 2 poles, the blue 2 poles, and the green 2 poles. And yeah, we got the same hexagonal pattern here with the 6. And if you imagine these two to be folded over, right, that'll give you sort of an idea of what we're talking about here. And this is almost like the hexagram that's been separated, right? The two forces of contraction. You can see there's like 2 arrows here pointing towards the middle. So here you can see it in the black one clearly. There's an arrow pointing towards the center and an arrow pointing towards the center, representing the forces of contraction and the contract between 2 diverse poles. So when we're talking about polarity, also, yeah, we've got the yellow triangle and the green triangle representing the polarity of yang and yin, and they are revolving around this central 4, 5, 6 line. And it's just very interesting when we look at this image. It seems to capture every single idea. Like at the center of the hexagram, we have a 5. And that like is really, really interesting, because 5 at the center of a hexagram. And the reason we have this is we consider the mystic number. So the mystic number of 6 is 5, right? So the mystic number of 7 is 6. So when we're speaking about the 7 planets, we draw a hexagram to represent the 7 planets. That's very interesting. When we draw a hexagram, we're representing the 5 elements, even though we're representing a hexagram. So basically, when we draw a pentagram, we're actually representing the 6 elements. Sorry, I got that back to front, because the origin has to be taken into account with all of these grams. The whole idea is why we call it a pentagram, a hexagram, is because everything emerges from the origin, and the origin is in connection with each and every point on the geometry. So when we're looking at a pentagram, we're looking at the 6. When we're looking at the hexagram, we're looking at the 7. And so there's something quite powerful, that we're looking at the 7 elements, which are the 7 archons, the 7 archonic forces, the 7 archonic beings that are the Elohim. So the Elohim are represented by the hexagram. This is why in Jewish mysticism that hexagram holds such relevance and so much fundamental importance, because it represents the Elohim. It's something that you won't really find written in books, but it's fairly self-deductible if you apply your awareness to it and really look into it. So there's definitely this relationship here with this hexagram, which is saying so much more than what it says.
Yeah, the hexagram's a very powerful symbol because it represents as above, so below. But could you just expand on how it's the 7? Because obviously the hexagram is obviously 6. It's a 6-sided shape. What do you mean it represents the 7 archons?
Let me find you an image so you can understand
Because
what I mean.
the Baphomet would be another symbol similar, which is as above, so below, which symbolizes the 7 Hermetic principles also.
Yes, the hexagram represents it. It represents the Merkaba. And I'll try and find an image that will show us with a picture.
So yeah, the Merkaba is the Mercury, or the up, the eye.
Here we go.
And then the Ka and the Ba.
Let's hope that this is doable. Let me just make it a bit larger. There we go. Let's put it on the picture. So there's what I'm talking about. Yeah. If you look at that, make sure I've got this image here. Let me move this image because I've got so many tabs open. If you look at that hexagram, then you can see there's 7 planets depicted there, right? And the 7 planets, the 6 planets are dancing around the sun. This is what Cosmic and I were talking about, and how the sun and something that Indy Sage also hammered on, that soul is the original. The first point of deity was the sun, the first point before anything else, in terms of the human understanding of light and dark, the principles of righteousness. So this is why the sun always sits at the center of the hexagram, but around the hexagram you got the other 6 planets. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, but the light comes from the dark, so the dark wouldn't come from the sun. So before the sun would have been the Ma'at, or the Tiamat, or the dark waters. And when I see that image with the light in the hexagram, knowing that the hexagram is what structured water looks like, and how light seems to come from water, like when you have water and a frequency, it creates light. I think that the sun comes from the darkness, not the other way around. You could look at it both ways, I guess, but I just see the primordial as the primordial
Yes.
darkness, or the abyss, or potential.
Yes. This is what I was talking about earlier, that the sun is the first representation of that, of primordial darkness, which is why the Sumerians and the Akkadians had two representations of the sun. The sun as it is here on the 12 hours of daylight, and then they considered that the sun went into the underworld. And in the underworld, the sun presided over the righteousness, right? So the sun is the righteousness of God. This is what the New Testament says. But from an astrotheological perspective, this is an ancient concept, going right back to pre-Phoenicia, to the Sumerians and the Akkadians after them, which they represented Shemesh and Utu, the sun deities, as going into the underworld, and there they would act as the judge to make sure that righteousness. So Ma'at is putting the feather on the scales, right? But Osiris, in the Egyptian tradition, is actually making the decisions. And even though our anthropologists don't draw the distinction or the connection between Osiris and the sun, I was able to put out quite a lot of interesting information that would cause people to question that, right? And they come from different epochs, so it's really hard to draw the distinction. But there are a few pieces of key evidence which one can look at that can sort of show one that there's a close relationship between the sun as that aspect which goes into the kingdoms of Inanna, right? When Utu goes into the kingdom of Inanna, or when, sorry, not the kingdom of Inanna, the kingdom of Kereshtigal. Is that right? Kereshtigal. Something like that. The underworld queen goes in and acts as the judge, and Osiris acts as the judge. And then the connection between Osiris and Isis, right? As one aspect of Venus. And then the connection, and there's a lunar element in Isis as well. So Isis is really interesting. She brings the lunar energy and the Venus energy, but the Venus of the night star, as opposed to Hathor carrying the Venus of the day star, right? Now, when we look at the old, and I mentioned this before, the same principle represented is represented by Lalita in Sanskrit deity, and Lalit, who represented beauty in all its forms, beauty and dark wisdom, which is what Venus represents, beauty and dark wisdom. Hence, Venus is the gateway to the mysteries. So there's this really interesting story unfolding here. And here you can see it, like when you look at this particular image here, you can see Venus's relationship with Saturn and Mercury, right? So Saturn and Mercury, Saturn representing the occult forces and structuring of space-time, and Mercury representing that aspect of movement and change that is able to coordinate the processing the information between the past and the future. And Venus is that transcendence, which is a result of Saturn's time of future and past, kept in movement by Mercury. And then we can see on the other side, we've got Mars. Mars is that action, and that the action of Mars is due to the expansion of Jupiter. And the expansion of Jupiter is riding on the coattails of traveling deep into the unconscious. Because as we travel into the unconscious, we produce a certain form of pressure, and that pressure produces an expansion of growth. So the moon represents growth in all its forms. Jupiter is the expansion of that growth, and Mars is the action that comes as a result. So we can see how Mars and Venus sit on opposite poles, but we can see that the sun holds the key to harmonizing these two potentials, in the same way that the sun holds the key to harmonizing the potentials between Mercury and Jupiter, and the potentials between the lunar and Saturn. And this is the moon-Saturn matrix that we're talking about. So Yeah, when we look at the hexagram, we've always got to remember that at the center of the hexagram, there's the origin. And that origin represents horizon. Origin, has arisen. The Christos has arisen, the origin. And the arising of this comes from that center of the hexagram, which is the essence of the logos, which is the number 7. So it's very interesting, you know. So 6 is the mystic number of number 7, in the same way that 5 is a mystic number of 6, in the same way that 4 is a mystic number of 5. So if you're working with the 5 elements, then the ancient Egyptians were working with the number 4. It's the mystic number of that, which represents the cross. So it's the distinction that we have between the major arcana of the Tarot and the Hebrew letters of the alphabet, and why the numbers are offset by 1 is pointing out the subtle relationship between mystic number and number. Most numerologists are not really fully aware of this, so they don't really, but the good ones, the ones that have done their homework, looked at the Chaldean number systems, and prior that they will have a full grasp of this.
Yeah, you explained that really well. It makes a lot of sense as well, having like the sun in the center, because obviously you have the Merkaba, the Mercury in the middle, and then the Ka and the Ba. So there's always something in the center. So when I see the hexagram, or I see just 2 triangles, like the as above, so below, but there is the central point as well. I'm gonna go in a sec, but just before I go, I don't know if this is a bit of a too deep of a rabbit hole before you guys finish up, but the Celtic cross, okay, is a cross but with a circle around it, and it seems to be an interwoven circle as well. That seems to be one of the oldest crosses. There's one just down the road which has the XP in the middle as well, the Cairo or the hero in the central point, and the cross, the modern cross, seems to, yeah, that's the one that symbolizes it. It reminds me of the Ankh, like energy or life force, whereas I think that the modern day cross with the circle or the feminine, you know, removed, more is like a death symbol. It's like Christ died on the cross rather than the cross giving life, because the Knights Templar cross is what a hologram of a light photon looks like. So the cross is light, is life, but it seems that it's now been made to symbolize death. And I think that really matters, because if you have a symbol, it's important. What's it symbolize? It symbolize life or death?
You know what I'm seeing here? When I'm looking at this image, I'm going to try and get it to go and zoom in as much as I can. Hopefully I can let you guys see what I'm seeing. You can see my my cursor, right? Yeah? Could you tell me if you can see my cursor? Anybody?
I can see it, but it's
Yep.
really small. I don't know if anybody else might be able to see it. I have like
Okay.
really good vision, so I don't know.
Note to
You might
self.
want to make it bigger.
I'm going to make a bigger cursor. I'm on my Linux computer today, so I've got to figure out how to make my cursor bigger on Linux, but I'm sure it won't be hard. It's not Windows. Windows is like, you know, you suck your thumb and it's done. My other Windows laptop that I used did it, but this is a way bigger computer. It's a nicer computer, and it's running, you know, it's a nice classic. So can you see there's an E here? an E. Yeah? Where I'm rolling. And that this E becomes the next E, becomes the next E, becomes the next E. Yeah? Does that make sense? In that center, that there's an E, and then there's another E, and there's another E, and there's another E. And so they all represent E. And when I look at an E, you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of phi, the golden spiral energetic loop that is the structure of space-time, the vacuum of the donut of the toroid field. Yeah? You seeing the E there? You guys are hearing me, yeah?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, sorry, I was nodding. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I can see
no.
that.
I'm looking at this big picture here, trying to trace it with my thing. So there's all these 4 E's. So it's like there's 4 spirals coming in and out. And then we speak about the 4 forces, the, electric, magnetic, and the strong electric and the strong electric, strong magnetic, and weak electric and weak magnetic forces that the physicists are always going on about, right? These 4 forces, which are 2 subsets. And so I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that as like seemingly having some kind of relevance here. Interesting. It's a beautiful image. Cosmic Brother, is there anything else you wanted to add to the
No, not really. I think I've covered what I want to today.
Well, everybody in the chat, sending you guys much love. Thank you, brothers. It's been an honor. And for Indy, I hope Indy's day, his work is going well. Big love to you, dear General Shinobi, dear Cosmic, dear Indy. It's been lots of fun. Loved this ripping naked of the Bible, or our attempt at ripping naked the Bible. Big love to all of you guys in the chat. Vincent, Turjoka, Altition, everybody that's been here and been a part of it. Corby 2.0, the other Corby, sending you all big love, big blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Keep it real, keep it sweet. And don't forget that Marcion Bible, if anybody's interested, you can find it in, if you at Bush Whisperer Zone, Bush Whisperer Zone, like this Bush Whisperer written down here, just an at in front of it and the word zone after it. Into a Telegram search bar, and you'll find the group, and there you will find that Bible downloadable as a PDF. Big love to all of you. Take it easy, keep it smiling, and best of luck. May this week come a blessing. Om Shanti.